Good morning. How's everyone doing? Classic gap up before meeting open. Yeah, it would appear that way. No, I'm sick, by the way. So, that's gonna be a thing. Can you talk about a bit about Beyond? Sure. It came off Reg Show last night, which is interesting. Although the options positioning still seems to be leaning towards a rod. I would imagine that could maybe reverse quickly. Just stop getting sick. I don't even know what I did this time. Is it time for 30 GT put spreads? To capture something? It's a thing you could do. You know what it is? It's because I went to the Met this weekend. That must be why. To capture the dispersion trade no-no? Oh, 1 second. Awesome. To capture the dispersion trade no-no. I see. Yeah, that's an option. What, the $2 calls on Fubo? No, I was gonna keep those till like earnings, just to see if something happened. Fubo's still getting shorted pretty hard. Full port GMA. Gross. Any thoughts on Beyond off GME? There doesn't seem to be enough volume to cover it. Um, why? Not a few million volume. It only needs like 10,000 fails consecutively to end up on Reg Show. I was trying to be atomic and I sold Fubo CSPs last week. I should have waited a week. Where did you sell them? Like $1.50? Or at $1? Does it still matter if GME is above 25? No. Not as much as it did. EPM's not dead, it's just slow. I cut my short-dated calls last night, but I still have shares. It looks like the accumulation's going to drag out a while longer. It started to fail the trend yesterday. Gherk sick is 100% correlated to GME running. It's just not true. Actually, well, mostly. Fuck you. Ooh. FSLR doing a touch of 230. But first of all, the 5,000 calls came in right at the mid. So whether they're bought or sold, nobody knows. They could just as easily be sold. More likely to be, given that they're out of the money, right? When applied volatility rises, does that decrease delta? No, increases. Via Vega. I'm gray because I'm sick. That's what I do when I'm sick. I turn myself gray. Somebody bought 240K worth of 30C 719 GME. Who gives a fuck? You know how little money that is? Yeah, it didn't work out because I did learn a thing or two. Luckily, I had a decent entry with Theta, so it took a small loss, but 10% is -10. Dot, dot, dot. I see. I don't know. I actually don't know if Beyond is dead. A lot of people seem to think it is, which is interesting. It did get shorted a bit this morning. I didn't say they were bought or sold. I said that they're more likely to be sold given that they're out of the money. Do you have any thoughts on SPWR? It was original high short interest stock from Jan 2021, now being investigated by the SEC for revenue recognition. Goodbye at $2.40. That sounds awful. SunPower. I vaguely remember this one. Looks like they still don't make money. Their margins suck. Still does some meme shit on occasion. Could be fun near historic lows. So they received a subpoena from the SEC on February 28th for their Q4 2023 financial statements. %, short interest, down 50% on the year. Risky, but definitely a ton of shorts. I'm not gonna lie, they have a pretty good reason to be there, right? Sorry you're sick. I have a bladder infection and was prescribed the wrong antibiotic for 4 days. So it just got worse. That fucking sucks. Beyond still have a significant amount of FTDs due to the 16-17 that we covered. I don't know. Beyond getting ripped off Reg Show early makes me think that they didn't want it on Reg Show, which means Reg Show presents a threat. Positionally, nothing changed yesterday, and Gamma Max got closer to spot, which is still generally bullish. I don't like that it's off Reg Show, though. I might trim my positioning. Sure, it's just not hitting it as hard. Well, they keep getting blown up, so it's very possible that they're not. I will say that on this cycle, Beyond didn't drop as much as I would have expected it to. Could be literally anybody with $500. The price and delta difference between the 5605 and 5610, 0 DTE calls is odd. They're probably being sold heavily above 5600. They're probably being sold pretty heavily at 5600, actually. There's definitely a lot of out of the money call interest right now. What price does Fubo have to get to for us to get an accurate GM on it? It has an accurate GM right now. It's $1. It's also gamma neutral and vega neutral and delta neutral. Because there's 2 fucking strikes in the money. Every time you go out drinking, you end up sick within a few days. I don't think this is from going out and drinking. I think this is specifically from going to the museum. It was fucking packed. Why are new data and legacy data Greeks so different on SPX? Different calculations, smoothing factors, error handling. What museum did you go to? The Met? The Metropolitan Museum of Art. Did you see anything cool? Yeah. That place is awesome anyway, but I went with a friend of mine to see like an exhibit about fashion. I don't know if it was a date. It was we hung out. No, the spiral one's the Guggenheim. MoMA's cool. I'm not as big a fan of modern art. It's always some piece like, oh, I put this turd on top of a TV, and this means journalism is dead. You know, it just gets old. Like Dork's pork chops on a plate. Yeah, exactly. Did it really change that much in a day? No, it's the error handling for out of the money calls. Also, delta neutral doesn't fucking matter where we're at right now. We're so far away from it, right? Museum of Natural History is awesome. There's too many kids. Yeah, yeah, I love the Museum of Natural History. We got Ripley's down here in Florida. Nice, man. BTC dove a little bit this morning. I don't know if that's gonna kill the coin play. It might not, but it bouncing back would be better. Yeah, I'll stream JPal. I love how they have 24,000 subscribers and all of them are from when DFE testified. Subselling calls? You're making it go up. On what? Do you think we could fill that gap before the end of the day? Yeah, yeah, it's definitely possible. I think we're getting a pretty decent number of sold calls right now. There's some call sellers. You have 20K subscribers. Yeah. Yeah, well, almost. I think most of them are dead. You also have a police state in Florida. Yes, they do. But they have multiple different dictators, right? It's like Ron DeSantis, the mouse, homeless people on bath salts. Is it a good time to visit New York City when the hordes relent? It depends where you're going. There's some places that are just always going to be crowded. But like most attractions, if you go on weekdays outside of the summer or the southern hemisphere's winter, um, then yes. I'm dead on the inside. Does that count? That's called sepsis. What if Bianca's back on Reg Show before earnings? That'd be cool. I'm I'm synth long at like six and $7. So it's not like I'm gonna exit the position, right? I might just sit in it. I have time for it to like go back on Reg Show again. Why is Apple breaking 230? Why not? It's clearly in an effort to punish me for buying 0 DTEs yesterday on QQQ and not 1 DTEs. No high trend test today on SPX. Sad. Um, hmm. We're not that far off of a test. I mean, even on ES, right? Like we just need to move. Yeah, 5,600 doesn't seem out of the question as a test. I don't know if we'd break it. It'd be very hard to break it. It seems fishy. It is a little fishy, but maybe even just the simple inclusion is enough. I don't know. Hmm. Let me check something. Like it's not gonna go under, probably not gonna go under like 580. Gamma is still a little bit negative, but Vega exposure has been falling off and starting to move more positive, which is usually pretty bullish. Um, there's still a lot of sold puts, and those aren't going down. So I mean, the sold puts are still pressuring the hedge. It's just a question of, I think it's just a question of like, maybe they don't want it on reg show, right? I mean, I feel like most reg show inclusions, especially on stocks like this, are intentional in order to buy the 13-day window. And if they don't need the window, then they probably don't want it on reg show. And then also, if the risk is high enough, reg show could present like an exogenous factor that they don't want to deal with. Yeah, that was the right word. Huh. You guys ever just run like a big SAT word out there, and then you're like, oh fuck, I definitely used that wrong. I didn't. I used it perfectly. You're so smart. I know. My mom used to tell me that too. No, never. What's an SAT word? Abrogate. It means to revoke formally. No, she still does, but usually after 30 minutes of like, why don't you ever call me? They didn't really even have ACTs. Like my high school didn't offer them, I don't think, until after I'd left. Same like focaccia. Mm. Flocon Flocconosinophication. Ugh. That's the worst. Are you naming exotic cheeses? No. Did you end up keeping any of those Microsoft calls? Yeah. Yeah, I still have them. I was gonna cut them, but then I cut them out of spite because QQQ didn't rally into close. It's so boring to live in an empire where everything is wonderful and stocks only go up. Is it? Yeah, you know what? I don't like it either. You're right. I waited 4 seconds to sell my put, and now it's red. If it's any consolation, Jorg, it might be green again. At some point. Oh shit. They still haven't started the hearing. I'm gonna get it ready though. Boop. Yes, is going for it. 5650 test. Kind of is, yeah. Is this the one with Maxine Waterhouse or whatever? I don't know her full name, but yeah, I think so. Waters? I think it might be Waters. How are Fubo calls this cheap with earnings around the corner? Am I missing something? No. They're cheap because they're shorted super hard. Okay, why the fuck am I not getting anything? Hold on. Oh, you liar. You dirty liar. Hmm. Oh, there it goes.
The hearing is titled The Federal Reserve's Semi-Annual Monetary Policy Report. We like creative titles here, and that is our traditional title for Humphrey Hawkins. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous material to the chair for inclusion in the record. I'll note at the outset this hearing has a hard stop at 1 p.m., which we will strictly observe, which seems only humane. I'll now recognize myself for 4 minutes for an opening statement. Thank you, Chair Powell, for being back with us today. With prices increasing more than 20% since President Biden took office, inflation remains top of mind for American families. In fact, only a quarter of Americans describe current economic conditions as good or excellent, according to the most recent data from Gallup's Economic Confidence Index. Despite President Biden's gaslighting, inflation was not 9%, when he took office. It was out of control. The out of control inflation we're experiencing now is something that this administration did not inherit, but is a product of their policies and their overspending. The nearly $2 trillion partisan and fiscally reckless spending as a part of the American Rescue Plan poured fuel on a smoldering inflationary fire. After a delayed response to runaway inflation, the FOMC has acted with a historic pace of interest rate hikes to ease the pain caused by Democrats' failed economic policies. It is a response, not the actual disease, but the response the Fed is trying to tame these flames, but it's a response to Democrat policies here on Capitol Hill in the administration. So far this year, inflation has been more persistent than many, including the Fed, previously expected. There's still work to be done to reach the Fed's 2% target. As I've repeatedly said, the Fed's, as I repeatedly said, the commitment to independence of the Federal Reserve is of utmost importance, and it is critical, especially in a political year like this. Just as, Chair Powell, just as you did in previous administrations, you must not allow politics to cloud the Fed's monetary policy. However, despite your best efforts, the Fed independence remains at risk. And unfortunately, calls are coming from inside the building. Under Vice Chair Barr, the Fed's regulatory and supervisory agenda has become politicized. Most notably, the development of the Basel III endgame proposal has been a mess. This process has been cloaked in opaque standards and timelines set at meetings of unaccountable global governance bodies. The Fed has promised to process 410 almost universally negative comments, public comments, regarding the unjustified and underutilized initial proposal, or an underanalyzed initial proposal. Recent press reports, which seem to be the only way Congress gets details on the Basel III endgame progress, and your comments yesterday indicate the Fed will finally conduct a long overdue quantitative impact study. That is welcome. And if true, this is a promising development. Chair Powell, the last time you testified before this committee, you stated that the initial Basel III endgame proposal will undergo, quote, broad and material changes, end quote. Yesterday in the Senate, you said the board supports reissuing the updated proposal for public comment. I'm concerned that press reports also claim the Fed will tuck any changes to the proposal into this quantitative impact study. That study, including the substantial changes to the proposal, would then be issued for public feedback with relatively paltry comment period. I'll reiterate to you here what I've said to you in private. Broad and material changes to the Basel III endgame necessitate a full reproposal, full stop. Full stop.
Oh,
Failure to do so will result in an immediate Congressional Review Act vote out of this House of Representatives as quickly as we can possibly process it. Now, it doesn't have to be this way, and I think the Fed adhering to its longstanding principles here is highly important, especially with this
threatening the
process.
Fed?
I'll close with this. Your steady and capable apolitical leadership of the Federal Reserve has shepherded our economy through extreme uncertainty. We now find ourselves in the midst of a new type of uncertainty surrounding the leadership of our nation. Doubts, fears, and panic often lead to bad decision-making and even worse policy. I urge you to reject outside political pressure in this volatile time and stay the course for the
you
good
just
of the American
politically
people
pressured him.
and our economy as a whole. Thank you for your service, and I yield back. I'll now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back to the Honorable Jerome H. Powell, Chairman, Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Chair Powell, as we saw with the latest jobs report, the labor market remains strong and the economy is surging. Despite inheriting an economy from the prior administration that had the worst jobs record since the Great Depression, President Biden has now overseen a record 15.7 million jobs created since he took office, with 106,000 new jobs created just last month. Not only that, but under the Biden administration, we're witnessing low unemployment rates, rising wages, and stabilizing prices for goods and services. This is not only because of President Biden's strong leadership, but also because of the historic legislation signed into law by President Biden, which has resulted in lower costs, created more jobs, rebuilt our infrastructure, supported small businesses, eliminated mostly junk fees, wiped out more than $144 billion in federal student loan debt for 14 million borrowers, and cut child poverty in half. President Biden is and will continue to advance policies that are providing good-paying jobs and an economy that works for everyone. Now, while I'm pleased to see that inflation is declining, the latest data makes clear that housing remains the #1 driver of core inflation. Since 2020, house prices have increased by nearly 50%, with Americans now spending on average over 30% of their income on housing. This is a top priority for Democrats, but remains an afterthought for Republicans. Earlier this Congress, I reintroduced my comprehensive legislation housing package, including the Housing Crisis Response Act. This bill provides more than $150 billion in fair and affordable housing investments, representing the single largest investment in affordable housing in our nation's history. These funds would create nearly 1.4 million affordable and accessible homes, bring down housing costs for all, and revive the American dream of home ownership. Committee Democrats are committed to getting this bill across the finish line and continue to hold out hope that our Republican colleagues will finally join us in this effort. Unfortunately, extreme MAGA Republicans are not just ignoring housing inflation, they're advancing their Project 2025 manifesto that would dismantle U.S. democracy and the economy as we know it today. Project 2025 is authored by almost 24 former Trump White House staffers and Trump administration officials. It was compiled and published by the ultra-far-right Heritage Foundation, whose CEO recently declared that they are, quote, in the process of a second American revolution, which will be bloodless if the left allows it to be, quote, unquote. And if that kind of talk reminds anyone of the rhetoric we heard in the lead up to and on January 6, 2020, it should. Project 2025 promotes radical ideas to materially undermine the Federal Reserve, if not effectively abolished. MAGA wants to put you out of a job, Chairman Powell. So I look forward to your testimony and hearing from you, a Republican who was first nominated by President Trump, about your thoughts on the importance of the Federal Reserve and the work you have done to help our economy. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. A note for the records, Jerome Powell is
The Congress people try
nominated
so
by
much
President
harder
Obama
to be
as
super
Board of Governors of
political.
the Federal Reserve before being
I am
nominated by
sick.
President Trump to chair. So here we are. We'll recognize the chair of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr, the Andy Barr variety, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Chairman Powell. Runaway inflation and increased interest rates necessary to confront it continue to hammer Americans, and especially those living paycheck to paycheck. Workers and families feel the pain, making everyday purchases at high prices in the grocery aisles and at the pump. They have suffered years of eroding purchasing power in their paychecks under the Biden administration's economic mismanagement. Heightened mortgage rates make it prohibitive for new home buyers to reach the American dream of a starter home for their family. I am
That's
pleased
all right, Spicy
that the
Otter.
Fed is
I
resolute
understand.
in getting inflation under control. I am pleased that you have committed to an apolitical approach to this. I am not pleased by the Fed's opaque, unjustified, politicized, and underanalyzed regulatory proposals, which will ultimately hurt all Americans. We need to know where the Fed is going on its fundamentally flawed Basel III Endgame proposal and its opaque regulatory approach.
The banks.
Chair
The
now
poor
recognizes
banks.
the ranking member of the Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy Subcommittee, Mr. Foster, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair McHenry and Ranking Member Waters. I'd like to also thank you, Chair Powell, for joining us today and for the role you have played in combating inflation and supporting a stable economic recovery. While the presidency is often the focus of political pronouncements about macroeconomic conditions, there's no question that that undersells the importance and the independence of the work of the Federal Reserve Board. While actions taken by the President and Congress certainly play a significant role, monetary policy decisions made by an independent Federal Reserve are the big dog in shaping macroeconomic conditions that shape economic outcomes for millions of Americans. And work continues on inflation, but significant progress has been made to bring the country in line with the Fed's 2% target. The good news is that macroeconomic policy is working as designed. Well-calibrated monetary policy with fiscal support from the American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, and the CHIPS and Science Act has powered strong job creation and low unemployment while staving off a recession that many thought inevitable, and far better, I should point out, than our peer countries. While Democrats are committed to supporting your efforts to cut costs for American families, I yield back.
We'll now welcome the testimony of Jerome Powell, the 16th Chair of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Chair Powell, you'll be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation or testimony. Without objection, your written statement will be made a part of the record. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and other members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Over the past 2 years, the economy has made considerable progress toward the Federal Reserve's 2% inflation goal, and labor market conditions have cooled while remaining strong. Reflecting these developments, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are coming into better balance. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Recent indicators suggest that the U.S. economy continues to expand at a solid pace. Gross domestic product growth appears to have moderated in the first half of this year, following impressive strength in the second half of last year. Private domestic demand remains robust, however, with slower but still solid increases in consumer spending. We've also seen moderate growth in capital spending and a pickup in residential investment so far this year. Improving supply conditions have supported resilient demand and the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In the labor market, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions have returned to about where they stood on the eve of the pandemic, strong but not overheated. The unemployment rate has moved higher, but was still at a low level of 4.1% in June. Payroll job gains averaged 222,000 jobs per month in the first half of the year. Strong job creation over the past couple of years has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, reflecting increases in labor force participation among individuals aged 25 to 54 and a strong pace of immigration. As a result, the jobs to workers gap is well down from its peak and now stands just a bit above its 2019 level. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year. The strong labor market has helped narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased notably over the past couple of years, but remains above the committee's longer-run goal of 2%. Total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in May. Core PCE prices, which exclude the volatile food and energy categories, also increased 2.6%. After a lack of progress toward our 2% inflation objective in the early part of this year, the most recent monthly readings have shown modest further progress. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. In support of these goals, the committee has maintained the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5% since last July, after having tightened the stance of monetary policy significantly over the previous year and a half. We've also continued to reduce our securities holdings. At our May meeting, we decided to slow the pace of balance
It's
sheet
the same
models starting in
speech from
June,
yesterday. Yeah, it
consistent
is.
with the plans released previously. Our restrictive monetary policy stance
Netflix
is
is
helping
not
to
having
bring
a good
demand and
day.
supply into better
Neither
balance
is
and to
Tesla.
put downward pressure on inflation. The committee has stated that we do not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range for the federal funds rate until we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. Incoming data for the first quarter of this year did not support such greater confidence. The most recent inflation readings, however, have shown some modest further progress, and more good data would strengthen our confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We continue to make decisions meeting by meeting. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could stall or even reverse the progress that we've seen on inflation.
Remember, support is a 85.
At the same time, in light of the progress made both in lowering inflation and in cooling the labor market over the past 2
there
years,
was support here at 90
elevated
earlier.
inflation is not the only risk we face. Reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will continue its practice of carefully assessing incoming data and their implications for the evolving outlook, the balance of risks, and the appropriate path of monetary policy. Congress has entrusted the Fed with the operational independence that is needed to take a longer-term perspective in the pursuit of our dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the long run. Our success in delivering on those goals matters to all Americans. I'll conclude by emphasizing that we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you, Chair Powell. I'll now recognize myself
So
for
still no breadth
for 5
supporting
minutes.
this.
Chair Powell, let's begin with this question of the Basel III endgame. I know you got questions about it yesterday, but I think we need further clarity. Your testimony about Vice Chair Barr's discussions with the FDIC and with the OCC on the next steps for the Basel III endgame. You mentioned potential changes have been made to the original Basel III endgame, that a lot of progress has been made, and that the board is very close to agreeing on the substance of those changes. But the next steps, that's really what I want to get into. Let's get through the mechanics of what happens next. If the Fed, the OCC, and the FDIC agree on the substance of whatever changes you're going to make, what happens then? Like, walk through the mechanics as you anticipated. Okay.
So we're very close to having exactly that agreement on the substance of the proposed changes pursuant to those talks. The next question then is how to proceed. And, it is my view and the strong view of a number of board members that the appropriate thing to do is to take that new proposal and publish it along with the effects of the quantitative impact survey and put that out for comment again and receive comment on that and then take some time to review those comments before finalizing the regulation.
Sell the fuck out of the pin I buy because they sell all
That's
the
a
pets.
discussion we're having with the other two agencies now. We have not been able to reach agreement on a path to do that, but that's something that we think is the right way to do. That's what we've done in similar situations. There aren't that many similar situations, but when we see broad and material changes to an important regulation, we think let's go out again and give all the commenters another chance to comment.
Yeah, and that also avoids
Supported
a serious lawsuit
64,
risk and the risk that Congress step in and overturn this rulemaking using the Congressional Review Act. I think the other agencies here, if they're not agreeing with the Fed, they're running against the independence of the Federal Reserve here. This is not a trifling matter of policy. This is a matter of real substance for the independence of the Fed and rulemaking at the Federal Reserve, which I think we should be able to keep the independence of the Fed separate, especially in this political environment. But opening up to a new comment period, so that means you have to get consensus for the Board of Governors on the policy. You have to get the agreement of the scandal-plagued chair of the FDIC or the 5-member board of the FDIC. You have to get agreement by the acting comptroller of the currency. These people should not have real standing with the Fed
She saw some
on a matter of
MAP
serious
posts on the
policy,
broken wing
especially
position,
with a chair
closed
of the
everything on
FDIC that is being ousted by his own party as soon as they can get a replacement confirmed. It's an absurd thing that the Fed has to go to an acting comptroller of the currency and a guy who's going to be out of a job very soon at the FDIC and get agreement. But thank you for listening. That was more of to convey this. So the quantitative impact analysis, is this going to include the interplay with the stress tests, GSIB surcharge, all the other capital charges here? Will that be a part of the quantitative impact analysis?
It'll be this proposal, which does include changes to the GSIB surcharge, but does not include the stress tests.
Okay. But the goal here with the quantitative impact is to actually measure the impact of these rules as enacted, right? Based upon what is existing regulatory structures. Okay.
That's right.
All right, so let's get into the question of balance sheet as quickly as we can. 2.5 years ago, you stated, quote, the committee intends to slow and then stop the decline in the size of the balance sheet when reserve balances are somewhat above the level it judges to be consistent with ample reserves. That's 2.5 years ago. Where are we in this question of what are ample reserves?
Well, so the balance sheet, the runoff in the portfolio is now, I think, $1.7 trillion so far. So we've made quite a lot of progress. We think we have a good ways to go, and as I mentioned, and as you just mentioned, we've now slowed the pace, really with a view to getting as far as we can without creating frictions and disruption that might cause us to prematurely stop shrinking. Going a little bit slower might actually enable us to go further. We think we have quite a ways to go. It's very hard to be precise about it. It's really a question of supply and demand, and we'll find that level with a little bit of a buffer on top of it, and that's where we'll stop.
All right, thank you for your testimony. The ranking member, Ms. Waters, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Chairman Powell, are you familiar with Project 2025?
Not really, no.
You've heard about it?
I really don't focus on these things at all. I mean,
You don't focus, but you know there's something known as a Project 2025? The reason I'm asking you is because one proposal is to get rid of the Fed's dual mandate to promote only stable prices, but also maximum employment. This is your mandate. These are mandates, right? This is what you do. Is that
yes,
right?
We do serve a dual mandate, that's right.
And so if there was anything that would get rid of the mandate, what would it do to our economy? What would it do to our country?
So the question of which mandate we serve is very much a question for Congress. My own view has been that the dual mandate has served us well. This is something Congress can change and change back to a single mandate. There are
What do you do to get maximum employment? What do you do?
Well, we have one tool on the economy, and that is we raise and lower interest rates. You'll find, though, that, anyway, we certainly at the Fed do believe that the dual mandate has been a good thing, and it's enabled us to, it has not stopped us from controlling inflation when that was the thing that needed to be done.
And so while, of course, I understand you may not have seen, heard, or read Project 2025, are you familiar with an effort in the country to get rid of diversity and inclusion?
I see these things mentioned, but honestly, we're pretty focused on our task, which is maximum employment, price stability. We're strong supporters of diversity at the Fed, as you know.
Are you aware that I created a subcommittee on diversity and employment in this committee?
Yes, I remember that.
And do you think that getting rid of diversity and inclusion interferes with your ability to really realize the mandate of maximum employment?
I spent most of my career in the private sector, and what I observed was really successful institutions in the United States, companies, organizations generally, are those that do a really good job on diversity and get the best out of people and attract a broad, diverse range of talents to the table, and people feel comfortable speaking. So that's the way we feel about it at the Fed, and that's what we've been doing and will continue to do.
And do you think it's important not only to have diversity and inclusion in the public sector, but in the private sector also?
Yes, and as I mentioned, if you look at very successful American companies, you will very often see that they're good
Objection,
at that.
boring
They're good
as
at
fuck,
hiring,
a yield bag.
attracting, investing in, and keeping diverse talent. That's one of the things that our really good U.S. public companies do well.
I don't know why they always
Have you
bring up
seen
diversity
improvement
with
during your
J-Pow. Like
tenure
he's
where diversity and inclusion
he has no
has
control over
created
that whatsoever.
Opportunities for more jobs and have to reduce the unemployment rate?
Certainly seen, I think you see over the course of my long career, a big change in diversity and inclusion. And you see that in the private sector and the public sector, and I think that's generally progress.
He's also like a 70-year-old
Under
white
the work
guy.
of this committee and the subcommittee is chaired by Ms.
Are you
Brady.
aware that
She
you're a
was
rich
able
white
to
man?
gather important data about what was going on in the private sector, and what she discovered was that many of the CEOs and others welcomed the opportunity to learn more and to do better and to get assistance, and we saw improvement with diversity and inclusion. Have you seen that?
There's no question, if you talk to CEOs, they get this. If you want to attract the best talent in our country now, you need to be committed to these things.
And so I would like to compliment you on the job that you have been doing. I'd like to compliment you on keeping us informed about inflation. Not only do I welcome you here today, I look forward to working with you for years to come. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Powell, are you
Gentleman from
aware that I'm
Arkansas,
in the
Vice
market
Chair
for a new
Mr.
mid-sized
Hill,
sedan?
5 minutes.
Your thoughts?
Thank the Chair. Chair Powell, thanks so much and welcome back to the committee. I want to pick up where Senator Tim Scott and Chair McHenry left off and reiterate
How the fuck do
my
people
strong
like,
support
get
for
off
your
their
comment,
asses and vote any
yesterday
of
in
these
the Senate
dipshits into
about the need
office?
to repropose the Basel III endgame.
Like, I don't
The
see a
Supreme
single
Court's
person in
precedent,
this
I think,
room
makes
where I'd be
clear that
like,
if a
you
rule
know what?
undergoes
I need to go
broad and
vote for
material
them.
changes from the proposal to final rule, the public must be given a meaningful opportunity to review and comment on those changes. You generally share that view, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm looking forward to seeing the results of the quantitative impact study and the separate comment period, as well as an interagency agreement you referenced yesterday. Because of Dodd-Frank's role and the Vice Chair for Supervision, Vice Chairman Barr's role and the Fed's role, would it be fair to say the Fed is a first among equals on proposing a rule
I like
like
how all the
this? In other words,
congressmen
does
are
the Fed
filthy
have a
rich.
supremacy
How? I don't know. But
position
cool.
on determining whether
Insider
it should be fully
trading.
reproposed or not, or do you view it strictly as a collaborative basis? Just curious in your view on that.
I would say it's strictly collaborative, and I would say that our discussions with the FDIC, which Vice Chair Barr has actually been conducting, and the OCC, they've been very productive so far. So I want to make sure to say that we've continued to work our way through this, and I believe we will get fairly soon to a resolution of the remaining process issue.
Good. Well, let me turn from that subject to the court's recent decision to overturn the so-called Chevron doctrine. Many of us believe this was the first step to reining in decades, literally, of an unprecedented, uncontrolled growth in the administrative state. And so I think all of us on at least this side of the aisle are certainly saying to the Federal Reserve and other federal agencies in our jurisdiction that we want to reassert Article I authority over the direction that independent agencies work. Would it be fair to ask you to certify that because of
I'm
this
actually
change
still
in
in
Chevron
coin.
that the Fed would commit to promulgating new rules only if they're at the direction
I got a
of
pretty
an
good entry
explicit
yesterday,
congressional
so I got a little wiggle
authorization?
room.
So I think, first of all, we're studying that and several other decisions that have just come down in the last week or two. So I haven't got anything definitive for you on that. I think you know us to be an organization. I know us to be an organization that is strongly committed to the rule of law. Supreme Court says what the law is. We'll
Yep.
always do what we believe the law is.
Well, I'll submit that question maybe in more detail in writing, and maybe you'll have a chance to reflect on that. Back in February, you were on 60 Minutes, and you said the U.S. budget deficit, the national debt are unsustainable. Do you still view that the U.S. is on an unsustainable fiscal path?
I do. I think I tried to be clear that the level of the U.S. debt is not itself unsustainable, but the path that we're on is unsustainable, and I think that is not controversial.
I think many of us certainly agree with that, and we know that when the deficit's at 3 times the economic growth rate and growing, it's of concern, and it's contributed to inflation. Just 3 years ago in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, you gave a speech where you were confident that inflation was transitory, which I think we've come to realize that's not the case. This hearing is sort of a can't-miss opportunity for the Fed to demonstrate some humility on the monetary policy decisions, which some on this side of the aisle particularly think have made inflation worse. Your August 2020 Jackson Hole speech, you said the flexible average inflation targeting framework regarding 2%, that you would let it run above 2%. Was the Fed blinded by the previous 20 years of global change that was deflationary and or you were not alert enough in 2020 to be more cautious about that change in policy?
So we were certainly mindful of a long period of time in which there have been very low interest rates, but also very low inflation, suggesting that the neutral interest rate must have fallen quite substantially. That was the standard view. The thing we didn't see coming was the pandemic. It's not like everything went off the rails. It's like we had this pandemic, and it really changed the way the economy is working. We had a big crisis. We did a lot of things. So the concerns
the
that
Fed
led us to
entering Jackson's Hole
those
next
concerns
month?
that we were
Yes.
in a world of very low interest rates all the time.
But now wouldn't you say we're in a very opposite situation where because of reshoring and tariffs and other policies that are quite inflationary?
I would say this. Those concerns are, right now we have the policy rate in the mid 5s, right? And we see that policy is restrictive, but clearly interest rates, the neutral interest rate must have moved up, at least in the short term. So I think that's the question we'll be asking ourselves in our review, which begins at the end of this year.
We look forward to that. Now you go back to the chairman.
How much of what we did in that time period is relevant to the new world where rates appear to be higher?
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and welcome, Chair Powell. It's great seeing you. Last time I saw you,
This guy talks so fucking slow.
We had the gracious pleasure of you visiting with me in my office, and we discussed a great variety of things. Thank you for that visit. Now, Chair Powell, this year the Fed
I love his voice.
tested 31 banks, up from 23 last year. Is that correct?
I believe that's right, yes.
And by estimating losses, revenues, expenses, and capital level under hypothetical stress scenarios, we did that, correct?
Yes.
And all 31 banks remained above their minimum common equity tier 1 capital requirements after observing losses of nearly $685 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, I wanted to get those figures out and provide you with, you may have heard this, but I want to share it with the nation because your vice chair, Barr, made this statement, and I wanted to put this in the record, his exact quote from this great achievement. He said, "Our goal of our stress test is to help ensure that we have enough capital to absorb losses in a highly stressful scenario. And this test shows that we do." I thought that was a great statement of your record. Now, let me ask you my question. It's simple. Will the 2024 Fed stress test results have an impact on how prudential regulators roll out a new and updated capital proposal?
So the two are really two different things. There's the Basel III capital proposal, and then there's the stress tests. So, and really, the Basel III, as I mentioned, we discussed, we're almost ready to put forward for further comment a revised proposal with material and broad changes to it. The stress tests are a different thing, and of course, we realize we have to adapt those over time and be open to changes, and it has evolved significantly over time, but it's really a separate thing from the Basel III endgame.
Give us a little bit more information on the Basel III, because I worked with you with this. Our work goes all the way back
Another
to
failure.
the Obama administration when we responded to that crisis with our banks. And you and I worked that up where we came up with the hardest hit program to help those who were suffering with, those states that were suffering with high unemployment and at the same time high home foreclosures.
How do these people get on
And
the
we
House
were
Financial
successful.
Committee?
And we've established that program.
All the people that know
and
nothing
it's
about
still
financial
going on
services?
and helping many of our states.
Well, it's
But,
easy. First, you
know,
get
I
campaign
want to also
donations.
share what is happening around the world.
And then
as
if
a
your campaign
result
donations
of
are
our
more than other
activities.
people in your
The
party,
European Union is now set to delay key parts of its bank capital rules by more than
you
a
get
year,
other jobs.
so that their lenders will not be at a disadvantage. Over in Canada, it's important to know that their banking regulators have also delayed for another year, imposing high capital rules on countries' banks at the risk of making them uncompetitive. And the Swiss National Bank is highly unlikely now to adopt a proposed 15% capital requirement for UPS and other Swiss banks. And the Bank of England has issued a near final proposal to increase UK bank capital by 3%. And I think this is all a measure of your great work and that of your vice chair. And I just wanted to let you have a comment on that, please.
Sure, so we're committed to finalizing this proposal. Our banks are going to live with these rules for a long, long time.
I mean, he just has
Main
the
thing is to get it
same
right,
the same
and that's
thing
what we're
everybody
doing.
else does.
What we
They're-
do in the end will be consistent with the
If you
Basel,
notice,
agreement,
both sides
and
of
it
the
will also be
aisles
consistent with
don't
what
want
other
banks to hold
comparable
more capital in
jurisdictions are doing.
reserve.
You're doing a great job. Keep up the good work.
It's almost like they're all in the
Mr.
same
Muser for 5
pocket,
minutes.
right?
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Chairman Powell, and also thank you for continue to indicate that you will look at the entirety of the economy, the whole economy. We appreciate that. All right, so one of the nation's largest banks recently warned in a memo, and it's also been voiced by smaller banks, that the current pace of regulations such as changes to capital requirements and lowering debit card interchange caps could lead to new fees associated with checking accounts and other increased costs for small businesses. This does come amid expiring tax provisions that are sunsetting as we speak, that are critical for small business, such as the R&D tax credit, interest deductibility, and bonus depreciation. This does raise the question, are you considering how these regulations and tax increases will directly work against your mandate to achieve 2% inflation? Moreover, with the proposed changes to Basel III, it is crucial to ensure that all stakeholders have a voice in this process, which you are stating will occur. And a Basel reproposal and adequate comment period are certainly very welcome. So, Chairman Powell, yesterday in the Senate, you mentioned that the majority view of the board is to repropose Basel III for comment period. Could you clarify if this means the proposal will be reproposed from scratch, and any other specifics you can provide?
Sure. So we haven't reached agreement on this. As I mentioned, we're working through this with our colleagues at the FDIC and the OCC. And I can't tell you exactly what the form of it would be. The sense of it would be, though, that we're making material changes and that we would want the public to have a chance to look at those changes in the light of the way they play off against the quantitative impact survey, and should have a reasonable time to comment on those. In addition, they're
No,
we're
I want
focused
to
on
keep
one big
NQ
area,
there.
but there are institutions that have made comments all across the spectrum, and we're reading all of those carefully. And we're not going to republish all of those. Some of those we can just make changes and move forward on. So it's going to be a very labor-intensive, time-consuming process. Writing these things up takes a long time, and we're going to get it right.
Good, that's great. Obviously, Canada recently postponed, as did the EU and UK, for international competition standpoint. It seems to make sense, and so that's appreciated. Chairman, would you agree that excessive spending, increased taxes, limits on domestic energy production, in principle, are a cause for higher costs for business, contributes to inflation, and as well tightens the labor markets, kind of running contrary to your two mandates?
You're asking me a kind of a political question there. I don't want to criticize a platform of economic fiscal policies that are not really ours to decide.
It's more of an economic question, but I appreciate your answer, sir. So when you mentioned recalibrate policy yesterday in the Senate hearing, was part of your thinking taking a more holistic view of economic conditions?
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Chairman, is there any data to support the so-called greedflation? This term greedflation somehow has caused inflation. Is there any data to support those comments?
So we look at it that this inflation has been caused by a combination of very strong demand and constrained supply. So it was really a high-speed collision between an economy that was reopening, and by the way, there was inflation all over the world at the same time. So these are some common factors. But at the same time, you had tremendous demand, for example,
Gamma
for
max on
automobiles.
Jamie is at
You
like
had constrained
25,
supply
60.
because there weren't enough semiconductors.
I posted it in the
Long story
chat last
short,
night.
but so
the
that
Jamie
to
chat.
us is what this inflation is all about. So we've observed, the sort of healing of the supply side at the same time. Restrictive monetary policies weighing on demand, and we've seen inflation coming down from
So
those.
there's no data that supports that gouging of consumers is part of the
It's
inflation?
it's been very hard to track a connection with
Okay.
earnings and things.
Secretary Yellen mentioned that she didn't feel that there was grocery price shock and that sort of thing. Groceries and gasoline are the two driving problems for American families and certainly my constituents. Do you believe your policies are helping to alleviate in those two areas?
So a lot of things affect, let's take energy first. The energy prices are generally set at the global level. We do have some effect on that.
Sorry,
but not that
Chairman, I've run
much.
out of time. Thank you. I yield back, Mr.
Sorry, we can continue.
Great, thanks.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being here. In some ways, I want to follow up or at least respond to the very civil, but I think reason of why we need an
I'm gonna be
independent
so full of shit. Executives are bragging on
central
their
bank,
earnings calls about how much
and
profit
their
they were
response
making due
was,
to increased prices.
the-
It's not his place to comment
question
on
you
that,
raised
right?
would, if I answered it,
The Fed
would
has
be
a
along
specific
some
data
kind of a
set that they're
political,
supposed to look at, and that's the data set that they're going to comment
avenue,
on. And
you
none of
can
that
drive on
data
that
set
avenue.
tracks
So I'm
corporate pricing
also very much
like,
concerned
year over year
about a
or
lot of the
forward
discussion. I've
pricing
been
of
on this committee,
inflation
a
from
while,
like
and so it comes up quite
producer
often.
prices or input costs onto the consumer.
When the Federal Reserve was birthed around the turn of the century, I think, around 1913, 1918, somewhere like that. Prior to the establishment of the central bank, was our country experiencing a lot of recessions because of no security? People felt no security, particularly the business community, in making big investments because nobody was in control. Just kind of think what went on just went on. Is that
Yes, I think the lack of a central bank between 1836 and the founding of the Fed was a period of lots and lots of depressions, and a lot of it had to do with the crop cycle and the banks not being able to handle the very large seasonal swings, and there was no central bank to provide liquidity. So that's really what gave rise to the founding of the Fed in the early part of the last century.
Do you think that it would be that it is dangerous to blend monetary policy and fiscal policy?
To blend them?
Yes.
So we try to keep them very separate, and we try not to express views on fiscal policy that's for elected people who have undergone elections and won and make those very difficult decisions. We have a really specific, narrow but important mandate that you've given us, and we try to stick to that. And so we take your policies as given, and then we conduct monetary policy with that.
I don't want to draw you into any kind of a political response, but
Yes, you do.
and I have not read all of this Project 2025 document. I read some of it online a couple of nights ago. But even whether it comes out of a 2025 or a 3089, whatever, one of the things that I'm concerned about, reading this from this document, that the document argues that the Federal Reserve is the inflation problem. And eliminating the Federal Reserve, imposing economic policy on the Fed that does not come from within the Fed. So I'm wondering here, would you agree with any of that I just stated, whether it came from me or Chairman McHenry or anybody else?
So I'll just say, first of all, we're certainly fair game for any criticism people have. I think what we've learned and what we know is that having an independent central bank is really essential. If you want to have high and volatile inflation, then the quickest road to that would be to undermine the independence of the central bank, of the Fed in our case. So I frankly think that view is very widely held. I find up here on Capitol Hill in both political parties.
So eliminating the Federal Reserve is best for promoting economic stability.
Yes.
Thank you. I knew that the ranking member was going to come in and deal with the issue of housing. She always does, and we all appreciate the fact that she's obsessed with it, and I like that obsession. But I'm wondering, as we try to figure out how to deal with this issue. Oh my goodness, my time's running.
Was that a question?
I didn't finish it, but yes. If you knew where I was going, please.
Gentleman's time's expired. We'll now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino.
Thank you, Chairman. Chair Powell, thank you very much for being here today. Based on some comments you made today and yesterday, it appears you've made quite a bit of progress on changes to the Basel III Endgame proposal, and you're very close to agreeing some of the substance of those changes. I know you won't get into specifics. You said that. I just don't know how deep you won't get into it.
What was that? He just like
I just want to
gave
confirm
up.
what you said to my colleague, Ms. Music. There will be, you're not reproposing some things, it's just going to be a partial reproposal?
That's what we're looking at.
Sometimes
doing,
no one's
is
running
major
against
things
you.
that we've
You
been
just
working
don't need to
on,
put in the effort.
and there
you
will
know?
be additional changes that will be made that won't be reproposed. That's what we're working on, rather than a full wide proposal.
So it's not a complete reproposal, just partial?
Yeah.
Can you get at least into, can you tell me which components you're,
It's not until it's all agreed and ready to go and vetted. I'm reluctant to try to get into too many specifics, just because when you're doing these things, nothing is agreed until everything's agreed.
no, I understand, I'm
Yeah.
not asking for what specifically your changes,
Yeah.
which, if you're willing to say which,
I hope to be able to come
Okay.
to you with a really clear answer on that soon. I mean, I think we're
understand.
ready to go at the Fed.
so that's my next question. So It's been said several times that you and many of your members of the board are at odds with your counterparts at the FDIC and OCC over how to proceed with putting out a revised proposal for comment. So if the FDIC and the OCC are not yet on board with allowing for a new comment period, who is holding up this consensus? Is it Chair Grunberg? Is it Director Chopra?
I don't want to say that we're at odds. I just want to say we're working through this issue together.
Someone's got to be holding it up.
Well, you know, it's a discussion that we're having, and I think it's been constructive, and I think we'll try to keep it that way.
Can you at least answer whether or not the 5-member FDIC board needs to sign off, or can you just go to the chair?
No, I think it's the board, and of course the comptroller is one person, but I think I mean the FDIC can speak for themselves, but I do think their board would be the question.
Okay. One final question, on timeline question before I move on. You mentioned yesterday that a reasonable prediction would be that Basel would not be finalized until the first quarter of 2025. Under this timeline, would it be safe to say that implementation would then not occur until at least the beginning of 2026?
Again, I can't be that specific, and you know that's someone asked me, does it sound like the first quarter of next year might be? And I said it might be. I mean, there's a range of times it would take. The thing is, as I mentioned, U.S. banks are going to be living with these rules for many years. The point of it is to get it right, not to do it quickly. You know, we want to get it right, listen to the comments, make sound decisions, and move ahead in a way that is, you know, gives us a sustainable set of rules that we won't have to come back and fix all the mistakes in.
Thank you. I want to move on to another topic, long-term debt. You mentioned yesterday that you would most likely not move forward with other rules until people reach a place of understanding and acceptance of a revised Basel proposal. I hope that's the truth, as banks need to fully understand the implications of a Basel proposal before any action is taken on long-term debt. Finally, Chair Powell, I'd like to emphasize the need for the Fed to conduct a comprehensive, data-driven, and most importantly, transparent assessment of the current liquidity framework. So very quickly, will you commit to conducting a public quantitative impact study and a full notice and comment rulemaking before imposing any new liquidity requirements?
I didn't catch the first part of that. The first part of your ask.
Will you commit to conducting a public quantitative impact study and a full notice and comment rulemaking before imposing any new liquidity
On the liquidity thing, I'm not exactly sure what we're contemplating there. We certainly contemplate getting a full range of input from the public on that, because some of these are novel ideas, and we understand that.
All right, as the chairman said before, these impact studies are very important because they're to show what impact these rules will have. So I think that is very important that we have that, because we had a mucked up process with Basel 2.0, and
Thanks,
I
Chair.
don't think we don't want to repeat that. And I have a little time left. I'm going to yield to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Music, because I know he had another question.
I thank my colleague. Chairman Powell, just back to what we were talking about, the price instability of groceries and gasoline, where we do have somewhat of an
upside
affordability crisis has been termed. So would lowering rates in the near future be a pro-growth initiative, perhaps? Is that something that's being considered?
Still a little ways off
that
from
would actually
negative
drive
delta here.
investment and
We're
give
getting
a
close.
clearer picture for investment
88,
and perhaps help in
87.
these two categories and in the end increase in supply so as we lower those prices?
Honestly, when we think about our near-term rate moves, we're thinking about a couple things.
it's like
And the first
87.
of which is we want to be more confident about inflation.
My apologies, Chairman, I went over.
Sorry.
Chairman, I yield back. I yield back to my colleague.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for this hearing, and the ranking member, thank you very much. Chairman Powell, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. In fact, I was looking at your history when they were saying who nominated you when you got here and all that. In fact, you had public service even prior to that time, right?
That's right.
So I thank you for your long public service to the nation. I think
Thank you.
you've been outstanding. I think
Appreciate
we all respect you deeply here. You're pretty boring here today, to be frank.
Sorry?
You're pretty boring here, to be frank.
Thank you. That's a high compliment.
Yes, it is, because sometimes when you're here, there's all sorts of cameras here, and they're watching your every step and all. And I think there's a reason for that, right? And that's because the economy's doing all right. Am I wrong about that?
You know, take a look at our economy. We're growing at around 2%, it feels like. Inflation is down to 2.6%. Unemployment's at 4.1. These are good numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I hear the parade of horribles on the other side, how the sky's falling, but I don't see the media here to attest to that. In fact, it's just the opposite. Did you read some of the headlines of the new government in Britain? Some of the headlines? If not, let me read one. It says, "New British government inherits worst economic plight since World War II." And in fact, there's a number of headlines like that saying that England's in trouble. I imagine if you were running their central bank, I bet you there'd be a whole bunch of media here beating you up to find out, what the hell you're doing or what you aren't doing. And I
The
think
market
the
is
reason for
up,
that,
so the
again, is I
economy
think
is good, right? That's how it
government
works.
here has done a pretty darn good job. One of the things you said you didn't see coming was the pandemic, right? I'm not putting
There's
words in
nothing
your
more
mouth.
healthy and
In
stable
fact,
for our
I
economy
was here and I
than
heard the parade
$10
of
trillion
horribles. We were gonna have
of
a
capital
recession,
being
maybe a
tied up in the
depression.
market caps of
In fact,
3
the
companies,
country's
right?
going to fall apart, did it?
No. We went through a period of high inflation as the other countries did. And, that's very
And
challenging
in
for the
fact,
people.
isn't it the case that most of those countries had higher inflation than we did in Europe?
Over time, there were times when their inflation was higher. I think
Yeah, it was.
overall it was broadly comparable.
Yeah, in fact, I brought it up a number of times here because there was a whole bunch of those countries that had much higher inflation than we did.
Well, Europe was much harder hit with the energy issues coming out of the Ukraine war than we were.
Sure. I mean, there's a whole bunch of other issues too, instability, they had political instability, a whole bunch of other things, obviously. But, I mean, it is interesting today that, the parade of horribles that we hear doesn't seem to manifest itself with the media or the attention that you normally get. And that's good. I mean, I think it's a great thing. Now, I do want to ask a couple questions. I do have concerns, Basel III on housing. I think I've made those concerns known to your office, and I won't rehash them. But I do have issues that I want to talk to you about with regard to climate. Obviously, you said you don't read too much of the news. You didn't hear about Project 25. I don't think that's what you meant to say, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think when the ranking member asked you if you had heard about it, I think you said no. I think you've probably heard about it, but you haven't read it.
I've seen nothing more than headlines on it. I mean, I've devoted zero
Yeah, me too. I don't read
energy
that.
into.
Yeah, I don't read that wacky stuff myself either, but I certainly read the headlines. But the reason I ask about the headlines is that you obviously have seen what has happened.
Did he
in
just say,
Texas.
"I don't read
You've
the
seen
content, I
what has
just read the
happened
headlines"?
With climate change. And in fact, you've testified, I think, before that you believe in climate change.
Bro's
correct?
building his analysis off of
Yeah.
fucking
And so
clickbait.
what are we doing? You've taken a number of steps, I think, that have been very positive to make sure that we look at the risks of climate change. Could you go over some of
Bullish.
those? Because that
I like
does
it.
concern me. I think that's a change that we also didn't see. Well, I saw coming.
At least he's
for a long
literate.
time, but
That's
a lot
true.
of people didn't believe.
So, if you're looking at financial regulators, you're looking at people who have a very, very limited role in climate, and that is just to look at the
I can't
institutions
believe
that we
this is our
supervise and
Congress.
make
It's
sure that
actually
they
a
understand
farce.
and can manage the risks that they're running. That, we are not climate policymakers.
Right, right,
That
and
is-
I'm not
it
asking
has to
that.
be elected people who do that.
Right, but you have to take a look at the risks. I mean, look at the risks that the insurance companies are taking, and the banks, of course, are financing these homes, and now you can't get insurance on them, so all of a sudden you can't rebuild. I mean, these are risks that the banks are looking
So
at.
we don't regulate insurance companies.
No, right, but you regulate the banks.
Thanks, yeah.
And these banks have mortgages on those houses, do they not? Many of them.
Well, in many cases, they're not writing mortgages anymore. So that's the result we're getting, is that banks are.
Oh my
saying-
God, where's my bank puts?
They see these risks. They do.
My time's up, but thank you again. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Oh, that was an awkward
The
fucking
gentlelady,
statement.
From
Whoops.
California, Mrs. Kim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Powell, thank you for being with us today. Gosh, you're under a lot of pressure from all sides to divert from our monetary policy goals. And I commend you for your leadership and staying focused on the core missions of the Fed, which are price stability and maximum employment. So thanks again for your leadership. And you have stated that it is the Fed's strong view that you will have to reopen the Basel III Endgame proposal for comment again. And I really urge FDIC and OCC moving forward with reopening the comment.
I feel like Powell's just
period.
sleepy after sitting through all this. I think he's
Chairman
just like
Powell, would broad
flexing his
support
ability
mean
to-
abandonment of abandonment of any modified
Fuck with the
proposal
markets, right?
that garners mostly negative public comments in a public comment period for the modified
He probably does hate
proposal.
the fucking
Sorry, didn't
banks.
follow your question.
Would broad support mean abandonment of any modified proposal that garners mostly negative public comments in a public comment period for the modified proposal?
Broad support empirically would mean, a good solid vote on the Fed board. And I've tried not to be
Paying their
specific about
salaries and
what that
benefits
means,
is
but it
clearly a
also
waste of
means
our
broad
taxpayer
support among
dollars.
the-
You're right, Greg.
the
We
broader
really do
community
need a
of-
whole new
of
system.
commenters on all
Yes.
sides. That's what I meant by broad support.
Got it.
Yeah, that's what I meant by it.
Thank you. And as the Fed looks to enacting several changes to the proposal, I would also urge you not to overlook how the Basel Endgame proposal would disproportionately impact FBOs and regional banks and U.S. domestic jobs because of the way the outside operational risk is, weighted. So can we get your commitment to that?
So let me just say I'm not going to get into specifics. We're well aware of those concerns. We've obviously carefully digested all of the comments we've gotten from all different sectors, and those are concerns that we're well aware of.
Thank you. Let's switch gear to another matter. You have spoken for the need of transparency. Are there any conversations at the Fed to have more transparency and better engagement and consistency with stress tests?
So we have increased transparency in the stress tests over time, and I would say we do if people want to write articles and make comments that are critical of the stress tests, we're going to read those and we're going to think about that. We're open to improving it. We know that the stress test has to evolve over time if it's to remain relevant, and I think transparency is one of those subjects where we're prepared to listen and think about ideas.
Definitely. I would like to see more stress test regime that is more transparent and adapted, identifying unforeseen risks. So we can achieve that by being more collaborative, I believe, yes. So I'm also interested to hear from you whether you and your fellow banking regulators have considered the cumulative impact of any new liquidity standards with the Basel III framework and the existing post-crisis liquidity requirements. So what industry engagement has the board staff held with respect to changes to the liquidity framework?
So we haven't actually made any proposals on that yet. We have had significant industry interaction on the proposals, and we will move, I think, at some time this year.
What about
forward.
the board staff? Have they conducted any industry-wide data collection to study the necessity for and the impact of any changes to the existing liquidity framework?
I think we've done a lot of investigation on that front, but I think that this is the beginning of the process, not the end. We haven't published proposals yet. We're working on them, and it's a pretty early stage.
Thank you. Let me quickly talk about the inflation issue. We had a peak inflation rate of 9.1% in June 2022. And a lot has been talked about being a supply side issue and the demand shock from the opening economy. So can you elaborate how the expansion in the money supply and fiscal stimulus played a role in persistent inflation, and why is it so important to get to the 2% inflation rate goal right now?
So the inflation that arose
I would hate the
here
banks to do
was
if they did what
collision
SVB
between
did.
very
Terrible
strong
risk
demand as
management,
the economy
locking
reopened.
huge salary for
Remember
execs
that
along the
fiscal
way.
transfers, we had
Yeah.
rates very low. Those things were done because we thought we could be
Can
looking
you
at
imagine how
very,
many
very
regular
bad
folks,
economic
teachers,
time. As it
firefighters,
turns
fast
out,
food
the
and retail
economy reopened,
employees
the demand
will be severely
spiked
impacted by
very
Basel
high.
III
People had saved a
requirements.
lot of money because
It's
they couldn't
literally just a
spend.
net
So
benefit
there
for
was
anybody
tremendous
who's poor.
demand, and there was constrained supply. And what you got was inflation, and you got that everywhere in the world. That's what happened.
Preventing
So
boom
what's
bust
happened to bring
cycles
inflation down,
only
we've made quite a lot of progress
helps the
on
poor,
inflation to
not
bring
the
inflation
rich.
down. The Fed has been working on, with restrictive policy, on cooling demand. That has been working, and the supply side has been healing. And the negative labor participation shock has essentially reversed, adjusted for. So
Ladies,
it's kind of working out as we had expected.
Ladies,
you
have
very
it
much,
expired.
Chairman.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mrs. Williams is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Rich don't lose their
Thank you,
jobs
Chairman
on the bus.
McHenry, and
If
thank
they
you, Chair
do, they'll
Powell,
be
for joining us
fine.
today.
It's more the ability to
As
take
the president of the
advantage
Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta,
of the bus,
Raphael
right?
Bostic
Because
has so
they're
rightly
liquid.
pointed out that combating economic inequality is a critical part of the Fed's dual mandate. When everyone in our community doesn't have the opportunity to contribute to their fullest potential, the economy is not firing on all cylinders. Nowhere is this more apparent than in my home city of Atlanta, which has more Black-owned businesses than any other city in the country, but is still among our nation's leaders in the racial wealth gap. I applaud you and your staff at the Federal Reserve for the work that you're doing to make sure that the economy works as well for the hardworking people of Georgia's fighting 5th District as it does for those in the top 1%. This includes helping to make sure that financial services are affordable and accessible to everyone. As the Fed moves forward with the proposed changes to Regulation 2, I know that protecting access to affordable and accessible banking is at the top of your mind. That is why I was concerned when I started receiving outreach about the unintentional effects that Reg 2 proposed rule would have on marginalized communities, including my constituents in Atlanta.
Move is the bond
Specifically, I
vol
heard about
index.
the impact
Bank
that
is
the
the
reduction in
NASDAQ
interchange
banking
fees
index.
proposed by this rule could have on bank-owned certified accounts in my district and across the country. The Bank-Owned Initiative is a partnership between financial institutions
There's
and
also
trusted
like,
community-based organizations to offer low or no-cost bank
KRX,
accounts
I
to
think, which is
unbanked and
the
underbanked individuals.
NASDAQ regional banking.
Access and affordability are at the heart of the changes that you're proposing, and I couldn't agree more with those goals. But we have to make sure that programs designed to serve unbanked and underbanked individuals in marginalized communities continue to flourish. In response to these concerns, my colleague across the aisle, Mr. Lukemeyer, and I sent a bipartisan comment letter in March to you highlighting those very concerns and urging that the final rule not negatively impact low and moderate income communities. Chair Powell, how does the Fed take into account how regulations impact constituents who don't have an attorney or an interest group to submit a comment on their behalf?
Well, let me say first, we have heard those concerns that you raised and others have raised about aspects of the proposed rule, and we very much understand the concerns that are being raised. In terms of people where we don't have comment letters, we try to be thoughtful about the impact of our regulations, but principally we're looking for public comment on things.
Thank you. The FDIC's most recent data shows that the rate of unbanked households is at an all-time low. The Bank-Owned Initiative has certainly played an important role in this progress. Bank-owned certified accounts are available to more than 95% of low and moderate income households across all 50 states. Access to low or no-cost banking services is a door to financial inclusion and wealth generation for marginalized families. As written, Reg 2 could undo some of the enormous progress made in the past several years. Chair Powell, how can regulators work with members of this committee to ensure that future proposed rules do not hinder Americans' access to tools that enhance the Federal Reserve's financial inclusion efforts?
So we're very focused on things like bank-owned, as you pointed out, and on access to the financial system for marginalized communities. So we wouldn't want to do anything to weigh on that. We were happy to work with you in your office on those issues. But as I mentioned, we're hearing the comments and we're reading them, and we're taking those into account as we think about appropriate changes to the proposal.
So we will definitely follow up on that, because as we're writing these regulations, I want to make sure that we're thinking about the real world impact and what it means to consumers when they're accessing financial institutions. I look forward to working with you to further the Fed's financial inclusion efforts. Like earlier this week, I sent you another bipartisan letter related to the Federal Reserve's April proposal to extend the operating hours of FedWire Fund service to 22 hours per day, 7 days per week, and every day of the year. That was news that I was eager to hear. This may sound like a small technical change, but it can have a big impact on our constituents, especially for those living in marginalized communities who live paycheck to paycheck. Growing up in the booming metropolis of Smith Station, Alabama, probably never heard of it, Chair Powell. But there are limited options for loans and short-term loans. In an area where everyone needs a car to get to work and they have to work to eat, When money is short, any delay in accessing a paycheck or paying a bill can disrupt your entire household. Extending operating hours for Fedwire Fund Service and National Settlement Service will allow people continual access to their funds outside of what we've deemed normal operating hours. And I hear the gavel. I'm out of time, but we will be following up for more conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, after a year with very high inflation that battered American paychecks, inflation rates have moderated some. However, inflation continues to linger above the 2% target rate set
And
by
the
Federal
grandstand
Reserve.
of the day
In
award
fact, the
goes to,
PCE
hold on,
inflation
don't give it
index
away
has
just
remained
yet, we're
above
not done.
2% for the last 3 years. The Federal Open Market Committee's statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy issued at the beginning of the year stated, and I quote, "The committee seeks to achieve inflation that averages 2% over time and therefore judges that following periods when inflation has been running persistently below 2%, appropriate monetary policy will likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time," end quote. Chairman Powell, does the commitment to achieve a 2% average over time apply in the other direction as well? Meaning that if inflation remains above 2% for a protracted period, would the committee instead aim for
Nebraska's
inflation moderately
first
below
district?
2% for some time in order to achieve an inflation average of 2%?
No, it doesn't.
Is it fair to say that you would need to see the PCE index dip below 2% at least once in the coming months in order to contemplate a rate cut?
No, that's not fair to say. We've said that you don't want to wait until inflation gets all the way down to 2% because inflation has a certain momentum. You wouldn't wait that long. If you waited that long, you probably waited too long because inflation will be moving downward and will go well below 2%, which we don't want.
What combination of factors would you need to see in order to support a rate cut this month or in September?
So once again, I'll say I'm not sending any signals on any particular date of any meeting whatsoever on policy. I said that yesterday, and I'm saying it again today, but I will answer your question. So what we said is that we want to be more confident. We want to have greater confidence, and that means more good inflation readings. That inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. Greater confidence that that is the case. But remember, we have a dual mandate, too. We're not just an inflation-targeting central bank. We also have an employment mandate. So I could also see us cutting, and we've said this, I've said this, if we saw unexpected weakening in the labor market. And we do now see, I'll speak for myself, I now see the risks to the two mandates as much closer to being in balance. I think for a long time we've had to focus heavily on the inflation mandate, but I think now we're getting to the place where you know the
deflation
labor market
isn't
is
bad
getting
for
pretty
normal
much in
people.
balance
No,
with where it needs
it's
to be.
amazing.
And so we're looking at both sides.
It's like one of the
I know
only
that the media and others have
opportunities
continued
where
to talk about the
broadly
prospect of political interference
there
with
is
the Federal Reserve.
there can be a
With an election
shift
coming
in
up, I know you were very
class
aware of the heightened scrutiny
hierarchy
awaiting
and
the
structure.
Open Market Committee meetings in July and September. Can you use this opportunity to speak regarding the Federal Reserve's political independence going into this election?
Sure, I'd be glad to. So, you know, our political independence is
And most people who think they
critical
wouldn't
to our
benefit from
ability
deflation
to
actually
do our
do.
jobs and to
Unless you're
sustain
making
the
like,
faith of
you know,
people across the
a
political
couple
spectrum.
million a
It
year,
comes down to
it's
we make our
advantageous.
decisions based on economic data, the evolving outlook, the balance of risks, and we don't take into consideration any other factors, including political factors. We have a long history of doing that, and I think the public believes we will do that. Any decision that we make to, you know, on rates, on any of our policy tools, it's going to be very well grounded in the data, and it will represent our best thinking about what is best for the American public in the near and medium term. And that's the promise that I will give and that all my colleagues will give. And that means that we're not looking at things like election cycles. We're not looking at any of those things. We're looking at the data. What does it tell us is the right thing to do? When we figure that out, when we think it's time to move, we go ahead and move. But not until then.
Appreciate
Another
that.
day with
Finally, I'd
ES
like to
over
raise concerns
NQ
with housing costs.
outperformance.
While shelter is one component of the broader PCE calculation, housing often makes up
Despite
one of the
dispersion
largest, if
being
not the
pushed quite
largest,
hard.
expense for many consumers. Inflation for housing remains persistently high. One of the characteristics of this economy is that consumer sentiment is remarkably low. Do you think high housing costs could be contributing to the persistently low consumer sentiment?
I think high prices generally, I think nobody really can be super highly confident of their answer on this, but I do think it's the fact that while inflation has come down, prices are high, if you know what I mean, and people are paying more for things, more for housing, more for the essentials of life, food, energy, and that to me is how I would explain surveys. We say that the economy's growing, inflation's come down, unemployment's low, and all that's true, but prices are high.
Thank you, Chairman Powell, for your answer and your testimony, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair Powell, the Fed has an inflation rate target of 2%. Are you waiting for both PCE inflation and CPI inflation to fall to 2%, or only one of those metrics?
So we look at different
Deflation
measures,
is only
but
good if you
for
keep your job,
quarter of
though.
a century,
If you lose
the
your job
PCE
because
inflation
deflation
has
hurts your
been
company,
the
your
Fed's
mortgage is
goal.
now harder
We've
to
defined our
pay.
goal in terms of that because we think
You're
it's
better off
the
actually
better
buying the house
measure
after
of
deflation
the costs and
starts.
inflation that the public actually faces.
And you've said that you're willing to cut interest rates before reaching the 2% target. Is the decision to cut interest rates going to be driven by reaching a particular target en route to 2%, or is it driven by the overall trajectory of the inflation rate?
It's going to be driven by the totality of the data. There isn't a particular number that we have in mind that we have to get to. It's more, you look at all of the data, and the question we're asking ourselves is, are we sufficiently confident that inflation really is moving down toward 2%? So what's the underlying inflation rate? Looking through the
150,000 shares is really
We're also
very
looking, though,
significant.
as I mentioned, at the labor market, and we're asking ourselves, we have to take into account now maximum employment, that mandate. So we're looking at both of those in the decisions that we make.
I mean, are you confident that the inflation rate is on a downward trajectory?
I do have some confidence of that. I think we've seen that over the past several years. The question is, are we sufficiently confident that it is moving sustainably down to 2%? And I'm not prepared to say that yet.
Chair Powell, you announced a reproposal of Basel III rather than a mere revision. Do you believe that the U.S. banking system is sufficiently capitalized in the absence of Basel III?
I've long been of the view that U.S. banks are well capitalized, and at the level of capital in the U.S. banking system is about right.
Okay. So if the banking system is sufficiently capitalized in the absence of Basel III, then what exactly is the need for Basel III?
First of all, there's no precise answer as to the appropriate level of capital. I think we've been part of developing the Basel standards. They create international broad parity. It's important that we have that. It's important that we do something that is comparable to what the other large jurisdictions are doing, and that it's consistent with Basel. And I think that's what our banks want. That's what we want, and that will be best serving the public.
But you agree we should conform without gold plating?
Some things we've gold plated, and some things we haven't. And but I think we should make. I think our end game proposal should be at the end should be consistent with the requirements of Basel and consistent with what the other large jurisdictions are doing.
Are you confident that there's no legal conflict between the standardization recommended by Basel III and the regulatory tailoring mandated by Congress?
I think we can work through all that. Yeah.
Okay. But if there were a conflict,
Basel doesn't impose any requirements on anyone. There's no enforceable requirements. Every jurisdiction does what it's going to do. Basel doesn't bind anybody.
Right, but the regulatory framework you're adopting would codify those recommendations.
Yes.
Which would have the force of law, right?
Yes, that's right.
And so if there were a conflict between the codified recommendations and an act of Congress, would you agree that an act of Congress would supersede those recommendations?
Sure.
Does the loss of Chevron deference have any implications for Basel III?
It's very early days to assess. There's several decisions that are about administrative law, and I think it's too early for us to say. I mean, ultimately, the question is, are the actions we're taking in compliance with the law? And that decision says that there will be a less deference or no deference, maybe, to the opinions of the agency, but that just means a court will be answering the same question, which is,
remember yesterday when I said I was going to drink every time they said Basel?
The Fed has a target rate when it comes to
You
inflation.
should buy a
Does the Fed have target when it
breathalyzer
comes to
so you
quantitative
can
tightening,
gauge how
when
much
it comes to
longer
what
you
should
can
be
play
the
the game
size
by yourself.
of the Fed's balance sheet.
well, we have We don't have a specific target, no.
What would you consider to be a healthy size for the Fed's balance
We
sheet?
define it.
They haven't talked about any herbs yet.
Not with numbers, but with words. And we want an ample reserves regime with a buffer so that reserves are not scarce. And we think plentiful reserves, ample reserves is the right place to be. And, we'll find that empirically.
Can you put a number on that?
No, I can't really.
For 4 decades, we've had the best of both worlds, low unemployment and low inflation. Can the U.S. economy return to the golden age of low unemployment and low inflation, or are we doomed to live with a new normal of higher interest rates?
Well, I think we have low inflation. We've got a period here of very low, of low unemployment.
We have high inflation, so can we have the
do.
best of both worlds?
We certainly can, and that's the plan. Okay. We're going to return to 2% inflation. I'm reasonably confident. Some people argue that we're entering into a world of a lot of upward inflation shocks. That would be a challenging world, but that remains to be seen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Chairman Powell, for being with us today. Your office has done a very diligent job in working with this body on both sides of the aisle. I chalk some of that up to the fact that you've got some very good folks from Iowa on your staff there helping keep the trains running on time, so that's excellent. I will note that, in Iowa, the average family has
J-Pac gave his cousin a
annual
job.
inflation of about $925 per month just in the last 3 years. I've got 6 kids. We're the #1 egg-producing state in the country, but yet
Your wife
eggs for
is.
each one of my kids goes up 40% this past year, and take that times 6. I'm no economist, but that
Poor
adds
woman.
up real quick, and I think I'm reflective of a lot of families across the country right now. So, Mr. Chair, one of the things I'd like to talk about is what we are focused on and what your department's working on at the Fed. The U.S. Federal Reserve, in my opinion, should be more focused on folks like my
Did
hometown of
tinnitus
Bondurant,
just
Iowa,
get me?
versus
No,
what's
no,
coming
it's
out
their
of
fucking
elected
terrible
bureaucrats
audio.
in Brussels, Belgium, for example, which is one of the reasons I'm so grateful that you have talked about reopening Basel III for a conversation on what's in the best interest of the American people. I applaud you and your team for this. While I would like to see Basel III candidly scrapped altogether, I think that there are 3 things in this proposal that we've got to look at immediately. One, the impact of credit availability, especially to ensure that it won't be tighter credit conditions on small businesses back home in places like Iowa. The ability for farmers across the country to be able to hedge their grain, corn, soybean, livestock in a new Basel III conversation, and ultimately eliminate the downstream effects on American banks being held to higher standards and very clear in Basel III than what's being held in Europe. So with that, I want to readdress your team's attention to the letter I sent in a bipartisan way with Senator Jerry Moran, specifically emphasizing the negative impact of increased bank capital requirements on the economy, our constituents, and ultimately our ag producers across the country.
Boom.
So, what I'll first say is, can you confirm that the next Basel III proposal, as outlined, will address concerns from our ag growers, including our farmers?
Let me just say that we're well aware of the concerns you're raising about hedging, and I'm not going to be too specific about things, but we're quite aware of those concerns.
I certainly hope your team gets the opportunity to hear that, because it's one of the most painful things I'm hearing back in my home district. Would you agree that the end user's concerns could have been mitigated maybe at the front end of this if, Congress or, say, a farmer in my district had been included in those opening conversations?
In hindsight, perhaps that's right. But in any case, this is what the comment period is for.
Well, I'll note that 84% of the comments coming from this proposal concern entities outside of banks, as you know. A lot of those were from the ag industry who felt that they had no voice in this and were a recipient of things that really harm their businesses. With that, I want to read quickly, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers was asked about Basel, and he said, quote, "We're going to need to prepare for consolidation in banking in the future, quite possibly some even further evolution of lending away from banks." Now, I'm going to note here that Iowa has over 250 community banks with assets under $7 billion. His commitment, or his comments, are of great concern on this consolidation. Do you share concerns about a consolidation amongst banks across America?
So, I speak for myself. I realize that community banks are tremendously important in our communities.
That's why I bought calls.
And it's not a better world when community banks go out of business or
Did you see the
at the
calls?
same time.
Do the farmers need
If there
directions
needs to be
to the
consolidation, I don't know if we
CBOT?
should be standing in the way of that, but we shouldn't, we
They
we
need
don't
to
wanna
hedge
be
their
part of
eggs.
the reason why community banks are going out of business or being forced to merge because of, for example, high fixed costs because of regulation or other things.
I would agree with you, Mr. Chairman. We don't want to be the instigator for a small bank to have to go out and stop serving a local community. You know, as we look at Basel III, if it's finalized in early 2025, does that mean we will push implementation back to 2026?
I don't know exactly what it would be, but that's something like that is right. You know, we'd have a typical phase-in process at the end of the, quite a lot of work to do to get to a final rule, and then there'll be a phase-in process. I don't know exactly what the date would be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to know kind of a timeline for my folks. I mean, there's obviously 2026, or take my advice, scrap it all together and we can start over, if we even need to do that. Let me ask very quickly, with Chevron overturn, is there anything the Fed is doing to identify areas where maybe we have over-regulated at the federal side and you're self-policing right now?
Under the Chevron decision? I mean, again, our view is we're very focused on obeying the law and reading the actual words of the law and interpreting it according to the words that are in the law. This is the way we approach things, and I'm not sure how much will change. Basically, a court will be doing that with a little bit less deference to the agency, but we think we're already interpreting the law pretty carefully. So, and again, these are brand new decisions. There are several of them, and it's way early. We're just studying them now.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. Thank you, Chair, and I hope you continue to self-police. It's much appreciated to you and your
We'll
team.
now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, my friend, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back, Chair Powell. I represent a Republican-leaning, very purple district, so my constituents sent me here to get things done.
The fuck is a purple
We're on
district?
track for what I believe could be the least productive Congress in our nation's history. But this committee has done some good bipartisan work on the digital assets market structure bill and stablecoins. It's a place where I have hope that we're going to see some action in this Congress. I know you and I have privately spoken about stablecoins, and here in the House, in a bipartisan way, we've been working diligently to pass a bill to regulate payment stablecoins. This committee voted in favor of the legislation in a bipartisan way last year, and there have been
Yes,
numerous
forget about
calls
the
from this
auctions.
committee to you and to the Fed, asking that you prioritize working with Congress to help push this legislation forward. We've enjoyed our conversations with staff as well. Can you commit to directing your staff to finalize and support passage of stablecoin legislation this year?
So we've been, really pleased to take part in this
Wholesale
process.
inventories are flat.
And, very much appreciate
Sales are up.
being included in it, and we'll stay with it. We think it's really important that we have a federal framework for stable coins. And,
Ooh, crude oil
we'll be
inventories
all
are
in
down.
on working with you to
Oil's
get that
bouncing
done.
back up.
Thank you very much.
Did we get an OPEC
Big issue
report this
for
morning
the
or
folks that I
no?
represent housing, the rising cost of housing hits my constituents especially hard in North Carolina. Our ranking member, Maxine Waters, has made this a big priority for the work that we do in the committee. In North Carolina, we've got 343,000 households that spend over half of their monthly income on rent, leaving little money for other expenses like healthcare, transportation, and food. Access to safe and affordable housing is essential to the well-being of
I don't have
working
crypto
families and
on my
individuals in
bingo
North
card
Carolina
today.
and around the country. Chair Powell, despite the strong economic trends you mentioned in your testimony, housing prices and median rents have increased by nearly 50% and 41% respectively since May of 2020, and they continue to rise. In fact, housing costs continue to outpace modest wage gains. High interest rates continue to add to those costs. For example, high interest rates make it more expensive for home builders to finance new housing. High interest rates also cause landlords to change higher rents and lead to higher mortgage costs for would-be home buyers. I know that you and your colleagues at the Fed are correctly focused on bringing down inflation, important goal, but have you considered that at this point, with housing cost increases being the primary driver of inflation, keeping interest rates high only towards that stated goal?
So, a couple things are happening with housing. Before the pandemic, there was pretty serious housing shortage, and we can't do anything about that. then the pandemic comes along, and we really think the best thing, the most important thing we can do for the housing market in the medium and longer term is to get inflation under control so that interest rates can come down, so that we can get back to a more normal interest rate. No one knows exactly where interest rates will go, but they'll be lower than they are now. And the housing market supply and demand will work their way out, and you'll have supply of housing. There's still going to be a housing shortage at the end of that, though. And it's true that our policies work through interest-sensitive spending. Housing is maybe the most interest-sensitive form of spending, buying houses with a mortgage. We know that we have really significant effects in that market, and it's tough on people, but this is the path to getting inflation down, which will bear fruit for many, many years.
Thanks so much. I don't think I'm going to be able to get in my next question in the limited time I have, but I wanted to give you this opportunity if you'd like it. I've talked to you privately about
I went
this.
on to 400C for July
idea what you're
19. Was that a little
but
too
if you would like
bullish
to
with my
say that
short-term
the economy
position?
is heading for a
Maybe,
soft
but
landing,
if
you're
it's
welcome
finding
to say
support.
soft landing as much as you'd like right now.
It still
I'll
looks
say,
good to me.
for
I
some
haven't-
time,
I haven't
I've
cut it or
thought there is a
anything.
path to getting back to full price stability.
Coin I
without-
probably should have
while
cut,
keeping
but
the
thankfully
inflation,
it
sorry, the
bounced
unemployment rate low.
between the time I looked
There is
at
that
it
path.
now.
We've been on it. We're very, very focused on staying on that path. I would say we're at a place now where the risks to the two mandates are much more in balance than they were. And that means it's not just about getting inflation down.
Are you expecting
The
sold
job is
calls
not
to
done on
squeeze?
inflation.
They could get pressured.
We have more work to do there, but at the same time, we need to be mindful of where the labor market is. And we have seen considerable softening in the labor market. We still have a strong labor market with low unemployment, by all means. So this is what we are very focused on continuing to work toward.
Thank you very much, and I yield
Thank you.
back.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being here today. I appreciate that. I represent a working class in South Texas. In fact, my district is mostly Hispanic, one of the most Hispanic districts in the entire nation, over 80%. And my district is also a rural community. So the topic today greatly affects my constituents and is something personal for me. That being said, the population that I represent is a population that the Federal Reserve research
Why did
has
you say it like
shown
wool? Rural?
disproportionately
Did you say
will
rural?
be the hardest hit
It's
in
rural.
inflation. That being said, higher prices due to Biden's induced inflation is something not only the nation is feeling, but my constituents
It's like word chewing.
are feeling.
It's
They're feeling
terrible.
it at the grocery store. They're feeling it at the gas pump. Small businesses are feeling this. And we know that cutting back on their spending, people who are living paycheck to paycheck, they still can't get away from these increasing costs at the grocery store or the gas station. So even small changes have a big impact in rural communities like mine. In fact, the
She did
Farm
it
Bureau
again.
recently said that the cost of the 4th of July prices, the 4th of July celebration had high increases. The headline reads, record high 4th of July cookout costs, inflation hits the backyard. This report says that costs were up 5% from last year and up 30% from just a few years ago, all during the Biden administration time. Now, the Biden administration wants us to simply forget about the last 3 years and the pain it has caused families in my district. They don't understand why people are unhappy about their current economic situation. And quite frankly, it is angering and it's simply out of touch with the everyday American. It seems obvious that until we grapple with the runaway government spending, that unfortunately we are going to continue to have runaway inflation. Chairman Powell, can you explain to us how the excessive government spending not only increases the national debt, but also affects inflation as well?
Sure. So let me say, first of all, we completely understand that inflation hurts people, low and moderate income people, directly and immediately in a way that it doesn't affect even middle-class people, because paying more for the necessities of life when you don't have much of a financial safety net, the pain starts right away. We get that, and so it is for those people, among others, that we are doing everything we can to get inflation under control and stay at the job until it's done. In terms of the causes of inflation, the inflation that we're having is not that different from what other advanced economies around the world are having, and it really results from the pandemic comes along. Inflation is low. The pandemic comes along.
1 second,
we
guy.
shut
I'm
down
short
the
as fuck.
economy.
Google.
People they're sent checks to replace their income.
Thanks,
they can't
Daniel
spend that money
Gross.
because they can't go to the movie theater or to a football game because everything is closed. So savings go up, and so people are spending a lot. Meanwhile,
Chair Powell, I
Have
have
you
only
looked
a
at
minute
Palantir?
left, so
I
I'll
have.
yield my time
It's,
back. I want to shift.
It was almost a
gears
pickles
real
pick the other
quickly.
night, but I wanted to wait
I
out the
continue
upside
to
a little
believe
more.
that the federal banking agencies, including the Fed, should
Seems like that was a good
scrap
choice yesterday.
the flawed Basel III endgame proposal
I think you could
and
trade around
start
this
over.
range a little while
At this
longer before
point,
failing.
the last thing a first-time home buyer, a small business owner,
But I might be
and,
fairly willing to sell
constituents,
spreads
as
on
you
it
said,
above
low-income
28.
people who are rural people. For example, in my community, the
Stop
last thing
saying
they
that,
need is
you
harder
fucking bitch.
access to capital,
God
which is exactly what
damn
that
it.
proposal does.
Just say cow people
the
or
public
something.
knows it and doesn't want it either, with a whopping 97% of public comments being negative for this proposal. Chair Powell, don't you agree that with the overwhelming negative reception of this proposal, that it shows a lack of public support?
I do think that's fair to say.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service in such difficult times. We sign up to serve and we don't know what's going to come our way. And when I think about what we've been through as a country with a global pandemic, the economy in collapse, and what this Congress was able to do to infuse money to keep our small businesses afloat, critical services available, and making sure that we were in a position for the quickest, strongest recovery in the world. And while we have a lot to feel proud of, we recognize and have had many conversations throughout this committee about the pain points that people are continuing to feel with rising costs. And you touched on this. I really appreciate the discussion around housing in an earlier question, because this is the greatest inflationary costs, especially in Colorado.
This is the good stuff.
Where we have seen significant home price
Pressuring
increases.
5,600.
A lack of supply. People are unable to move because they would go to a much higher interest rate, and then people are unable to buy because they can't afford those mortgage payments. And so while you
Maybe the
talked about
mortgage isn't the
recognizing
fucking
that
problem. Okay.
lowering the interest rates
Car
will actually help
dealer.
with addressing
Just
the
lower the
housing
price of the
crisis,
fucking house.
we still have a lack of housing supply. So can you talk a little bit more about what's happening, and that the lower interest rates are only a piece of this?
It's a longer term thing, and a lot of it is it's harder to get lots and zoning and materials and workers, and in many metropolitan areas, the near-in areas are all built up. If you look around Washington, I grew up near Washington, D.C., and it was countryside.
No,
just a
fuck
couple
the
of miles
profits.
outside the Beltway. There was no Beltway when I was born, but ultimately, it's just we have not enough housing, and that was true before the pandemic, and certainly.
Why is she asking
pandemic
JPOW
did
about
slow down
housing supply for her
construction.
state?
People
Isn't
get
that her
back to a more
state's
normal
job
economy with
to
lower
create
interest
more
rates
housing? Yeah, and her
those
job
sorts
to
of
get
things, but we're
federal
still gonna
funding for
have,
that housing. It's just
housing
like it's like a constant game of
Absolutely. When I think
deflection. Like,
about
hey,
the other
you're a
pieces
money guy.
of the fallout from the global
Why don't we
pandemic
have more
and the
houses?
changes that we saw in our economy was in commercial real estate. And I've continued to read about regional bank failures and the risks that the commercial real estate poses in the long term for those assets being on the books for our banks. What is your insight on the risk that it poses for our financial stability and what we should be thinking about here in Congress?
So the commercial real estate situation, which is, it's significantly downtown office and related retail and things like that. This is something the banks have been working their way through for the last couple.
I think
couple
about
of
this a
years.
lot,
I
Bob.
think it'll take more time, more years to work all the way through it. We
See,
know from the
Pizzle,
stress
welcome to
tests and from
Billionaire,
our
man.
work
Thank
that
you so
the
much.
large banks.
Oh, that's gonna be no.
They're gonna be okay.
I
Some
appreciate
of the
it.
regional banks
Hit me up
and
on the
small banks
Discord.
have
I'll get
what
you
would
added
expect,
after
which
the
is high
stream.
concentrations in their
Sorry,
real
no
estate.
song, but
Real
it'll
estate.
literally deafen
We are
everyone.
aware of those. The banks are aware of it. I think the supervisors have been around those banks, making sure they have capital, they have liquidity, they have a reasonably, not too optimistic assessment of how much capital they'll need, how big the losses will be. So I think we'll be working through this, and it doesn't seem to be a systemic problem or one that threatens broader financial stability. It does threaten bank profitability and those sorts of things, but it'll be with us a while. We'll just keep working our way through it.
And the ability to continue to loan to small businesses
Yeah.
because you're being locked up. You are not going to have enough time to answer this question, but my remaining outstanding question is around the recent Chevron ruling and how you anticipate that impacting the Fed's ability to adjust to the needs of the country and ensure financial stability without being sued at every turn.
We're just looking at all these new decisions, so in its earliest day, I speak under the control of my general counsel, who I don't want to cause him to strike me.
That's how I feel about my staff. I mean, not striking me.
No, but I mean, look, ultimately, we're already very careful at the Fed about keeping within the law. We're really committed to that value.
He's the Rizzler.
This ruling doesn't change that, but I think we'll continue to be an institution that's strongly committed to the rule of law.
Great, thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized.
Chairman, thanks for being here. There has been a lot of talk about Basel III. Wanted to just change that subject a little bit. Long-term debt proposal, I think, should be rewritten and reproposed as well. But at the very least, the rule needs to be tailored as law requires, so that regional banks aren't treated more harshly than the largest banks.
They shouldn't have fucking lent so much money to commercial real estate speculators.
Long-term debt at both the holding company and insured depository institution, that seems to be a burden, is what we're hearing, I think. I just wanted to mention that I would hope that there would be some flexibility for smaller regional banks to pre-position resources, because they're obviously there's some resources that are loss absorbing, I guess is the way you would consider them in the reproposal. Do you have any thoughts on kind of how this is playing out right now or what this looks like?
Yeah, so on the long-term debt thing, we put it out for comment. We've received quite a few comments, and staff has been analyzing them, and that's something we're well aware of, the concerns that have been raised, and we're thinking carefully about how to move forward on that. The other one was pre-positioning. That's more along the lines of the discount window and the liquidity requirements, I take it. So
right.
So we haven't made a proposal there yet. We're thinking carefully about that. I think we're trying to learn the right lessons from what happened last spring at Silicon Valley Bank and a couple other banks. And
like above 95.
One of them just is the discount window worked, but we could certainly modernize it, make it more effective. And also, we learned, that bank runs are moving just a whole lot faster, at least in that case, and that even bank runs from 10 or 15 years ago were nothing like as fast as what happened in Silicon Valley. So we need to bake that new learning into the liquidity requirements in some way or other. We again haven't made a proposal. When we do, of course, it'll go out for comment, and we'll very much want to learn from those comments.
Very good. There's been a clear trend of banks stepping away from the mortgage market, kind of in the face of the increased regulation. That's my interpretation, at least. Non-bank lenders have stepped in to kind of fill that void. Today, banks support the non-bank lenders and the broader housing finance system through the so-called warehouse lending for home mortgages. But I'm deeply concerned that some of the, as was mentioned by my colleagues earlier, that some of the Basel rules could harm both bank and non-bank lenders alike.
Good, fuck 'em.
Kind of undermining the liquidity and kind of the raising costs of home buyers. So,
No.
let me just ask, in regards to Basel III, the endgame proposal, could it make housing finance less stable, I guess, is the question.
So that's certainly not the intention, and we're again well aware of the of the concerns that have been raised, and certainly paying careful attention to those.
Despite the smaller issuer exemption for the debit interchange fee cap, insurers with less than $10 billion of assets reportedly lost about 35% of inflation-adjusted interchange revenue. Have you considered the impact that further reduction of debt interchange will have on small financial institutions with less than $10 billion of assets?
Yes, so that's another one where we put out a proposal, we got a lot of comments, and we're carefully reviewing those, and you're certainly aware of the specific concern that you raised.
As you may know, the latest Fed Y14 proposal, which is used to help collect data for Fed stress tests, asks banks for more detailed data on bank lending to non-banks. As a result, there's concern that the Fed may start trying to indirectly regulate non-banks and the financial risk. I just talked to one this morning.
Most of the decisions
that's
made at the
concerned
recent
about that.
Supreme Court
So given those concerns raised about the lack of transparency in its stress testing models,
are
and
largely
potential
just to give
unintended
power
consequences,
to the
is the Fed
judicial,
planning to
right?
indirectly regulate non-bank
Like not only
financial
the Chevron
institutions
one, but like
through these tests?
That's not the idea.
immunity
The
one,
idea is
right?
we see intermediation.
all of them just
growing
give more
very
power to
quickly
the lower
in
courts.
non-banks. And, we don't regulate them. We don't have a secret plan to regulate them or anything like that. It is, but the question is, what risks are being kept inside the banking system, which we do regulate and supervise, and what are the relationships between these large non-banks and banks? And, we don't have a preconceived answer to that. We just want to understand what are those business relationships like, and what kind of risks does that mean the banks are running? That's all it is.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here today.
Yeah, it doesn't change the Fed's ability to enforce Basel
Once
conditions on the
Fed
banks.
is reassured that inflation is under
but
control.
it could
what does
like
the path back to neutral
it could
interest
change
rates
the
look like?
FDIC's ability to force a bank
We
to
said that we wouldn't reduce rates until we
remunerate
were confident
losses.
that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. I think the question
From
of what is
depositors.
neutral is going to be an empirical question. I think it seems to me it's unlikely that we'll be going back to the very low interest rates of the pre-crisis period. But we'll know that.
Only Congress can disband the
We won't know
Fed.
that until we get there in a way.
And the Fed's dual mandate comprises of price stability and maximum sustainable employment. As the Fed is thinking about inflation and the possibility of interest rate cuts,
So
how
banks
are
can
you
rob
balancing
checking accounts?
these
No, that's
priorities
just
with
part of
the
their
need
business model.
to maximize employment?
So over the past couple of years, we've had a very strong labor market and inflation well above target, and that has led us to focus.
I mean, they
mainly
weren't
on bringing
complying
down
with
inflation.
Basel III.
Over the course of 2 years, inflation has come down pretty significantly. There's more work to do there. We're not at our target. We need to keep on that job. At the same time, the labor market has cooled pretty significantly. And so I would say those two goals are now much closer to being in balance, and that means
You're
from a
saying my
policy
checking
standpoint,
account is just
we
a
need to be
massive
paying attention to
IOU?
both of them.
Yeah.
Whereas for the last couple of years,
Do you not-
really, we
do you
had to
not
pay
know how
mostly
banks
attention
work?
to inflation.
Chairman Powell, I have told you that I will be asking for a status update.
That's literally the way
on the
banks
Section
work.
956 rulemaking at every future hearing. Since your last appearance in March, several of your fellow regulators have issued a proposed rule. Why did the Fed choose not to sign onto this proposal?
So what we're doing is we're looking at the current state of affairs as it relates to incentive compensation. As you may know, we've had guidance in place now since 2010 for all banks, and we supervise pretty significantly around that. So it's a very different picture than the one that was there in 2010. So
I need
we're
to start
asking ourselves,
charging them
what is
more
the,
interest,
what is
but you
the
don't like
situation
your
today, and how do we tailor
0.2%?
a proposal to address, the residual risk as opposed to what the situation in 2010 was?
Yes. In previous hearings, you said that you need to better understand the problem in order to write the rule. In a speech in June, SEC Commissioner Lizarraga said, and I quote, "It has been well documented that in the lead up to the financial crisis, pay structures often encourage big bets that maximize short-term profits but ignored bigger, longer-term risks that threaten to take down the entire financial system. Additionally, since your last appearance, several of your fellow regulators have moved toward with a proposed rule. Why have your fellow regulators and Commissioner Lizarraga been able to understand the scope of the problem and the Fed has not?"
Well, I think the quote absolutely makes my point, which is, I think everyone agrees that incentive compensation practices before the global financial crisis were not in a good place. However, we published guidance on incentive compensation, binding on all, well, not binding, but guidance for all banks in 2010, after putting it out for comment. A lot of thought went into that guidance, and now we supervise on that guidance. And so the situation with incentive compensation now and banks is completely different than it was before the global financial crisis.
It's
completely different.
Well, the other regulators have been able to figure this out, and you haven't. But let me just say, this is not how congressional mandates work. Of all the rulemaking provisions in the Dodd-Frank, only 148 were mandatory. And of those, only 22 had a deadline of less than a year after enactment. Section 956 was one of them. And I hope that you come to the conclusion that it is your duty to issue the regulation. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Section 156 requires either a rule or guidance, by the way. It does not require a rule or guidance. Thank you.
The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Powell, it's good to see you. Let's cover a lot of different areas of ground. According to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, since President Biden took office, the price of goods has continued to outpace family incomes, with prices increasing now 19.3%, while average weekly earnings have only increased 14.6%. So families have fallen behind with respect to their purchasing power, that they're able to go and acquire goods. What role has government spending played in creating this untenable economic crisis?
Close that door, please. Sorry, I can't hear very well when the door's open. So
I'll repeat, that's fine.
No, I heard you.
Oh, okay.
That needs to be closed. So what role is government spending as part of this story?
Close the fucking door.
We had our rates really low. The pandemic happened, and we closed the economy and then reopened it. And
Chapel hates
saw a burst of
doors.
inflation, everywhere in the world, and certainly there were many contributors to that.
Do you think that the president in his budget calling for an increase of federal spending, up to upwards of 5% increase in federal spending across the board, do you think that's going to have further implications on stubborn inflation plaguing the pocketbooks of the American people?
It would be inappropriate for me to comment on the president's budget.
The only reason why I would ask Mr. Powell is because obviously the Federal Reserve is having to respond to various aspects of fiscal policy coming from Capitol Hill. Regardless of the president's budget, would it be appropriate in the current environment for federal spending to increase 5%, 10%, 15%?
Honestly, that's a question for elected representatives. We don't play a role in fiscal policy.
Oh, fair enough. Is it the view of yourself and the Federal Reserve Board that fiscal policy does create impacts on the Fed's ability to manage monetary policy for the United States?
We take fiscal policy as a given, and we're not commentators. We're not the Congressional Budget Office or the Office of Management Budget. Whatever fiscal policy happens up here, we decline all opportunities.
It's either a
to-
triple top
to
or
be
you're gonna squeeze
commentators
out
on
the
it.
sold
We just- We
calls.
take it as a given, and that's because.
And if we
didn't run
squeeze
for
out the
office,
sold
we don't
calls,
have
we
that
could
given.
test like
We stick to our knitting. The fact
56-25.
that we're independent really depends on us sticking to what our assignment is, which is to deal with, things with the economy as it is.
I would argue that the fiscal policy of the United States has given you guys a lot more to deal with, and whatever the various burdens that come with it. Unfortunately, you have to tangle with it, but the American consumer is the one that truly has to deal with it. I'm going to move on. The monetary policy report cites a pickup in immigration as one of the major factors that has improved the supply of labor. However, labor force participation rate remains below pre-pandemic levels. What percentage of the increased foreign-born labor supply, to your knowledge, comes from illegal immigration?
What percentage say it again, the question?
What percentage of foreign-born labor comes from illegal immigration?
I think all of foreign-born labor comes from immigration.
No, illegal immigration.
Illegal,
Illegal,
sorry,
yes, sir.
didn't get that.
Yes, sir.
I don't know the answer to that.
All right, well, one of the things that I think will be important to help, advise Congress on what to do going forward is if the Federal Reserve had some data to that regard to help us make further decisions into the future. Chairman Powell, let me ask you this one overarching question. Obviously, interest rates, if you compare it over the last 15 years of monetary policy, is at an elevated rate. Does the Fed anticipate any possibility of rates being lowered, whether it's 50 basis points, 100 basis points, at some point over the next year or two?
So I guess the question really is, where are interest rates going to settle out when all of the effects of the pandemic are really done? And no one knows. This is a great discussion to have, but I think my sense, and pretty commonly people think, we probably won't go back to that era between global financial crisis and a pandemic where rates were very, very low and inflation was very low, and like extremely low. There were major European countries that had negative 10-year bond rates, negative, and that was not the case here. But I don't think we're going back to rates that are that low. We think that things like the neutral rate are driven by slow-moving forces, but ultimately you can see the effect. We have, our policy rate is over 5% now. And it feels like policy is restrictive, but not, intensely restrictive. So that suggests that the neutral rate of interest, at least as of now, will have risen somewhat, which means rates will be a little higher.
Okay, thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. We now go to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Sherman. 5600. Where's Sherman?
Would you like us to move on?
If it's Josh's turn, it's Josh's turn.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, you have said that custody assets are off balance sheet, always have been, and do you stand by that?
Sorry, say that again?
You've said that, quote, custody assets are off balance sheet, always have been. Do you stand by that statement, sir?
I think as a general matter, yes.
The SEC's Staff Accounting Bulletin 121 affects a core banking activity, custody. The specific bulletin requires banks to put digital assets held in custody on their balance sheet, effectively keeping banks out of the market entirely. Have the Fed and the SEC had conversations about the impact of SAB 121, and just want to get a sense of your thoughts on the policy, please?
So as you know, I think we don't comment on the SEC's policy. They don't comment on our policies either. So I know that I knew you were going to SAB 121 on that, but honestly, it's the SEC's business, not ours.
Thank you. Last month, you said that when evaluating inflation data, you consider whether wage growth is outpacing productivity. From 1979 to 2019, middle-class workers' productivity grew about 60%, while their wages grew by about 16%. Do you consider this historical gap when considering whether to hike rates on families obviously struggling to make ends meet?
So we're looking at inflation, and we're looking at maximum employment. Those are our goals. We don't really have the ability we don't have a bunch of different tools for things like what you're talking about. So really, it's just those things. Of course, we're very well aware of longer run trends like that. You have to also include benefits, though, in that analysis, which does close that gap quite a bit. You just mentioned wages.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, yesterday the Director of National Intelligence said that, quote, Iranian government actors have sought to opportunistically take advantage of ongoing protests regarding the war in Gaza, end quote. They have observed actors, quote, observed actors tied to Iran's government posing as activists online, seeking to encourage protests and even providing financial support to protesters, end quote.
Pretty
As a
bullish.
member of the House Select Committee on Intelligence, I'm equally concerned about our adversaries meddling in our financial system. Can I have your commitment, or if you can discuss the work, if you're working with other federal agencies to investigate and address foreign interference channeled through our financial institutions?
So we do take part in many of those things, especially at the staff level. And as you know, there's a lot of focus in the intelligence community, and it's very helpful to the banks, the commercial banks, and to us. But we're certainly very focused on those issues. We've got a strong team. Of course, you're never able to sleep on cyber risk, but you know, we just keep fighting it.
I would like to switch gears to the discount window, please. Chairman, we've heard that the discount window is behind the times in terms of its operations. We also continue to hear that efforts to modernize the discount window and encourage its use will be ineffective without reducing the associated stigma. The usability of the discount window is an important tool for banks that need liquidity. Just wanted to get a sense of efforts underway to make the discount window a more realistic option for banks that need liquidity.
So it's a couple of things. First, it is we need to modernize our infrastructure. You know, the discount window in our system is not a primary source of credit. It's a source for banks that they can use under certain circumstances. So, but we know that the infrastructure is a little tired, and we're investing in that and making it more user-friendly and all that. So that's a big project that's going on. Sorry, the second point was stigma. So stigma is that's tough. That's a tough one, and you know, it amounts to, there are a lot of ways to get after that. We're studying all of them. You know, in a sense, if you require banks to use the discount window, then that can help with the stigma. I mean, this is a big ask, but you know, when Congress required us to publish the names of discount window users, that didn't help. It doesn't help at all, because banks basically say we're not going to use discount window because it might, you know, people might see us as troubled, and that's not what we want. We want people to be able to freely use the discount window. So we've been focused on this issue for a long time, have not made a lot of progress on it, but right now I think we're very focused on it.
Thank you, sir. I'll yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. We now go to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, who is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, to the best of my knowledge, the last public meeting between you and President Biden occurred on May 31st, 2022. Does that sound accurate?
I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay. Have you had any private meetings with the president since that time?
No.
Any phone calls with the president?
Nope. I don't believe so.
Is there any reason why you've not met with or spoken to the president?
I mean, I meet with, when any president calls, you come and you meet, but that hasn't happened, so.
So in over 2 years, with inflation still nagging us, with cost out of control, President Biden has not asked to meet with you in over 2 years?
I haven't had a meeting with him. He hasn't sought a meeting, and of course I don't seek meetings, so you have the date.
But to your knowledge, in the last 2 years, you've not spoken with or met with the president at all?
He shook his hand in a line once, but that wasn't a conversation. It was just, Mr. President, and that was it. It was at a state dinner. I attended a state dinner a few months ago, and I shook his hand. Good evening, Mr. President, and that was it.
Does that not strike you as odd that the president has not sought to meet with you?
Not at all. Not at all. We're an
Mr.
independent
Chairman.
agency, and
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry, please, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Am I recognized?
I want to answer your.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a point of order under Clause 4 of Rule 17 that the gentleman's words are disorderly and violate the rules of decorum in debate insofar as they are negatively reflecting upon the personality of a candidate for President of the United States.
The congressman is not engaged in any personality or in any, has questioned anything about anyone at this point. I'm not sure where you're going, Congressman. Congressman is recognized.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Happy to
Mr.
answer your
Chairman.
question.
Mr.
Can I answer
Chairman.
your question?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
Not at all
continue with the
unusual.
point of order, please.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Chairman, we have been admonished in this committee that we should not have words that negatively reflect upon persons who are running for president. This would include Mr. Trump as well as the current president.
Didn't the ranking member do a whole opening monologue
Chairman,
diatribe about some ridiculous
Would you
project
please rule my
2025?
friend out of order, Mr. Chairman, until you rule?
Mr. Lawler
he's
has
already
not
ruled.
admonished or said anything negative about the president at all. I just listened to his comments, so I'm going to recognize the congressman again, Mr. Lawler from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Powell, you were trying to answer my question.
So we're an independent agency. The administration has been very respectful of the Fed and not, wanting to try to influence and things like that. And I don't find it at all unusual. I've been at the Fed for, this is my 13th year, and I think there can go by long periods of time when the Fed chair doesn't meet with the president, and that's totally fine.
Okay. Since you made mention of the independence of the Fed, and I know you pride yourself in that independence, do you acknowledge, or do members of the FOMC acknowledge, that a rate cut in September could be viewed as political just 30 to 60 days before an election?
So our undertaking is to make decisions when and as they need to be made based on the data, the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks, and not in consideration of other factors, and that would include political factors. We will make those decisions. We have a long history of doing that, including during election years, and that is the undertaking we'll make. Anything we do will be very well grounded, and it's just not appropriate for us to get into the business of thinking about election cycles at all, one way or the other.
So inflation year over year from May 2024 to, from May 2023 to May 2024 is up 3.3%. Overall inflation. Energy inflation is up 3.7%. Food inflation up 2.1%. With inflation continuing to be a challenge, do you see a rate cut as a possibility at this moment?
So I think you're quoting the CPI numbers, which are operating at an unusually high gap to the PCE. For 25 years, the Fed has focused on personal consumption expenditures inflation, PCE inflation.
Talk about
Usually
Supercore
the gap
then.
to CPI is only 25 or 30 basis points. It's more now. So the PCE numbers, the current PCE numbers are 2.6% for headline, 2.6% for core. And we've articulated
But what's
for
Supercore?
a good long period our test for
Come on,
being
you
willing
could do
to
it,
consider,
J-Pow.
beginning to loosen policy, and that test is
Talk about
that we
Supercore over the
wanna be
last
more
6 months.
confident that inflation is moving on a path sustainably down to 2%, not at 2%, but on a path sustainably.
What?
to
It's at
2%.
6%.
That's the
We should
test we've
probably
articulated.
discuss that,
I
right?
have some confidence, as I said earlier, that we are on a downward path.
Look
I
at
think
all
if you
this
look at
free
the data,
money.
it's pretty clear that, but we have not said, though, that we have sufficient confidence, and that will be a decision that our committee makes.
Yeah, I would just note, obviously, CPI, the price of goods, the price of purchasing a home, the price of a mortgage, the cost of a mortgage has been astronomical. In Westchester County, for instance, where I represent, the average mortgage cost is up $1,000 a month, over $12,000 a year.
So?
In the time I have remaining, quick question.
Nobody lives in Westchester
In
and
your
can't
meetings with
afford
the
it.
president, have you noticed any mental or cognitive decline?
No.
Thank you. I yield back.
Point of order.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from
Point of order,
Texas.
Mr. Chairman.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman just mentioned the president's cognitive capacity, and I believe this to be a violation of the rules with relationship to decorum, and that this goes into a personality of a president.
Gentleman's time had expired. You're recognized now for your 5 minutes, Mr. Green.
My point of order is to be made immediately after the gentleman's statement, and that's what I'm doing.
I would remind members not to engage in personalities and comments about the president.
But Mr. Chairman, if I may, with my point of order, I demand that the gentleman's words be taken down insofar as they negatively reflect upon a candidate for President of the United States.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized.
I'll happily withdraw my words, though everybody understood them.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman withdraws his comments.
I find
Mr. Green, you're recognized.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, his final comment was, although everybody understood them, in my opinion, that then brings us right back to where we were before he made his attempt to withdraw. Now, if he's willing to withdraw appropriately, I will not demand. But until he does so, I demand that his words be taken down.
The gentleman's time had expired.
Mr. Chairman, the time does not expire on the request that I've made, the point of order. The time didn't expire on that.
I recognize
Let
Mr. Lawler.
the record reflect I withdraw my words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is now recognized for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the chair for appearing today. I hope things are going well with you. I know that this is a difficult time for you. And quite frankly, you've been in a difficult time for a number of years, and you've proved to be quite resilient and quite effective at what you do. So I thank you for what you're doing. I do want to ask you about several things, and I hope that I'll get to them. But first, there was a post-failure lessons report after the failure of Silicon Valley and Signature Banks. I thought that report was pretty important. How important is that post-failure lessons report?
It's important. We wanted to learn the right lessons and make the right changes to both our rules, but also really to our supervisory practices more than anything else, and we're doing that.
And is this something that you believe to be important after each incident, such as what happened with Silicon and the other bank?
Yes, I think we all have a lot to be humble about, and we try to learn from events.
Thank you. Let me go on to the next question, which has to do with the banks that are small. Let's talk about those that are less than $5 billion in total assets, yet they are subject to the special assessments of the FDIC once there is a systemic risk exception triggered. I'd like to see them exempt from that. Do you have any comments on it?
That's really, that's either a statutory matter or it's a matter of the FDIC's practice. So it's not something the Fed has any input into, really.
Okay. Let's do this next, please, as time runs out. Would you kindly finish your commentary? You were giving a comment on the pandemic and how the pandemic helped to generate this inflation.
How much higher can this go?
In the middle of your comment. So would you go back through that,
6:30.
please, so that the public at large can get a better understanding of what
Potentially.
actually
It depends on how many
happened with
short
the
calls we
pandemic and
squeeze out.
inflation?
So I'd be glad to. And I think people are now, we have a few years to look back. I think the more years that pass, the clearer we can see what was happening. But I think you look back now and you're seeing this, broadly what was happening was governments did a lot to support economic activity during the pandemic, and on the theory that there could be really serious economic bad times ahead. Then the economy reopened, and
Budget request
reopened
for
very,
pop
very strongly.
filters.
And I think in hindsight, you can see that there was just a lot of support for demand from fiscal policy, from monetary policy, and that supply was constrained. You couldn't make cars. Supply chains were tangled up. There were shortages of so many things. So what happened was we got a burst of inflation, and the United States got a big burst of inflation, really more from demand than other countries did. Then you have the war in Ukraine, which gave a big burst of inflation more to Europe than to us. And so you wind up with a situation where you've just got a lot of inflation, and my thinking at the time was it's going to take restrictive monetary policy, and it's going to take time for the supply side and demand side distortions from the pandemic to unwind. 2023 was the year when that kind of happened. So supply chains were fixed, the labor shortage was greatly alleviated, and unemployment remained very low. Inflation came down by a very large amount last year, while growth remained quite strong. So this was the year that kind of proved that thesis. Now we're in 2024, and it's a question of finishing the job on inflation, which we're committed to do, while also keeping a strong labor market, which we're also committed to doing. And that's a balance that we have to strike in our policy. But I think we know more now about where this came from, because we can see what made it go away. And it was a combination of supply and demand, as we had kind of expected.
And two of the most significant factors were the pandemic and the war with Ukraine. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's also the fact that the pandemic summoned forth a great fiscal and monetary response, and that contributed to really strong activity and to inflation, without question.
We're going to run out of time, but I have to ask, if not but for that monetary response, I know that it's a counterfactual, but would we have possibly gone into a depression?
That's what we thought at the time, and I think mainstream economists were very concerned that we'd never literally shut the global economy down for a period and then tried to reopen it. We didn't know how long it would take or how well that would go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman's time has expired. We now go to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for testifying today. I realize that my questioning point in the
Any resistance
today,
up here? Yeah, I mean, there's
covered.
a lot of sold calls.
There's nothing ever wrong with asking important questions a second or
They
third
are
time.
resistive, but they can be
You've
closed.
reiterated how members of the board would like to see a revised Boswell proposal put out for public comment, and you're working through the process with FDIC and OCC. From my perspective, the FDIC is in a period of uncertainty. The current chairman announcing he'll resign to restore confidence in his agency, and the replacement is awaiting Senate confirmation hearings. And at the OCC, we have an acting comptroller who has not been yet confirmed by the Senate. At the very least, given the expected broad revisions, I hope the other agencies agree that a complete reproposal would be appropriate. So, Chairman, could you give me some indication of what the potential timeline around such a decision to repropose might look like?
It's pretty uncertain, but I'll give it a
Please.
shot. And I'll say again, that these discussions we've been having with the other two agencies have been very constructive, and we very much want that to continue. We've got pretty good agreement on the substance, and now it's about the process. So,
Seems early to pump this much.
A baseline might be that we agree on a reproposal of some kind that gives the public.
We shouldn't be able to go
see
much
these
above
changes and react to
5618,
them
but if there's enough out of the
write
money
comment
call buying,
letters.
we can.
So that could happen.
Especially
we take us a
if
while
the
to write it up.
short call squeeze.
And then we'd put it out for 60 days. I think
More
that couldn't
than
happen
they already
probably
have.
until part of the way through the fall.
And it does
then
appear
there would
they are
be,
squeezing.
Let's say 60 days of comment, and we get the comments. We'd have to then evaluate the comments and think carefully about them. Having done that, we'd have to write up the final version, and that would take some time. So that probably puts you, my guess is it puts you well into next year. As I mentioned, these are rules that the banks are going to have to live with for a long time, and we need to get them right. It's not something we should be hurrying on. We need to take our time and get it right, and make sure that we hear the comments. This is a very big piece of regulation. A lot of things will need to be changed. There are a lot of good things in there. We want to come out with a good proposal, and that's what it'll take.
To shift gears on you, Chairman, the 2024 stress test focused on commercial real estate risk, which is an area we've all been paying close attention to here on this committee. Do you agree that the results showed the financial system to be strong?
Yes, I do.
The folks back home are always very concerned about inflation and the period we've gone through lately, not just the basic necessities that continue to explode, but the cost of doing business and all those other issues. The fact is the inflation's still running above the Fed's 2% target, and we've seen significant price increases in food and energy over recent years. As you and I have discussed before, I started out as a young farmer in 1977 in that inflationary period during the Carter years. And then when we went through Chairman Volker's rather, shall we say, dramatic tightening of monetary policy. And I still remember paying 17% to borrow cow feed money when I was a student in college. I was well collateralized, but that was a bargain in the fact that the cap was accessible. So I'm particularly sensitive, being a part of that generation, that if inflation isn't effectively dealt with, it can spiral out of control. Could you expand for a little bit more about your approach in dealing with inflation in a way that doesn't repeat the mistakes of the past? I just want to avoid the mistakes of the past.
So I think really one of the big lessons coming out of the high inflation of the 70s, which we both lived through, is that it really is on the central bank to be on the case and do the job and make sure that it is fully, well and truly done. And that really that is up to the central bank. And believe it or not, that wasn't fully accepted, or that wasn't necessarily the thinking. And also, the independence of central banks was much less respected back then. All the more credit to Paul Volcker for having the courage to do it. So we now, that is an internalized lesson for people in central banking these days. We do understand that. We are committed to bringing inflation sustainably down to 2%.
One last question in my remaining seconds. You and the leadership of the Feds will be there the day before the election this fall, and you'll be there the day after the election. Still be the same people carefully watching the Fed's responsibilities, correct?
This is my 4th presidential election at the Fed, and I can tell you we come to work the next day and we do our jobs.
Gentleman's time has expired, and I'll go to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
Coming out of COVID, everyone said a soft landing was impossible and a recession was inevitable. I want to commend you and the administration. It looks like we've seen a soft landing. We've continued to have historically low unemployment rates and historically low unemployment rates for people of color. And in the last 18 months, we've seen a 4.7-point decline in the inflation rate as measured by the Consumer Price Index. Is that the greatest decline, or I realize you may not have done the calculations, but I did the calculations. It's the greatest decline that we've seen in an 18-month period this century. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I hope that's true, and I'm glad you said it, because it's certainly a lot. I can't validate the statement, though.
I'm sure you have a fine staff that will do the calculation, and hopefully we'll see the press release. When Secretary Yellen was here yesterday, I addressed an issue that both you and her should be concerned with. I've always opposed Operation Choke Point, where for political reasons, banks wouldn't provide or might not provide financial services. Florida and Tennessee have passed laws giving anybody who's denied a bank account or even a loan a way to claim that that was for political reasons. And it opens up the possibility that banks would be pressured by those laws to release their suspicious activity reports, which I understand are supposed to be private. And so I hope you'll work with the Secretary in making sure that the laws of Florida and Tennessee do not adversely affect our ability to deal with suspicious financial circumstances. You have a dual mandate.
This dude
I
did not
think
have
you have a
loans.
third
His family's a
mandate
massive
that is
landholder in Oklahoma.
because the budget deficit
But he was
poses
a
a
college
great
student,
risk
and he had to feed
to
his
price
cows.
stability and to keeping unemployment low. And you don't deal with spending, you don't deal with taxation. But in two ways, you dramatically affect the budget deficit. Federal government is the biggest borrower in the history of the world. Interest rates affect the forthcoming budget deficit. And at times, you've turned over to the federal government up to $100 billion in profit. And so I hope that you would consider whether your first two mandates imply that you at least have to look at how your policies affect the budget deficit. I hope that you will go with republication of Basel III and insist on that. I know you're dealing with two other regulators on that. A recent assessment by PricewaterhouseCoopers showed that the original proposal would lead to higher borrowing costs for small and medium-sized businesses. And in every way, Basel III seemed to be slanted toward telling the banks, go and put your money on Wall Street where you just are going to have interest rate risk. And don't loan your money to local Main Street businesses because there's credit risk there. And in fact, if you had a fair system, you would mark to market all bonds, not just those that are, quote, available for sale. I hope also that as you redo Basel III, you treat energy tax credits, green energy tax credits, the same way you currently deal with low-income housing tax credits, that you keep in mind the effect on the securities industry, particularly municipal bonds, that you don't unfairly to local business say that if it's a publicly traded company, it counts only 65%, and that you look at mortgage servicing rights as an asset, and that you fully account for the private mortgage insurance. I know you give some credit for that, but frankly, a 80% loan to value and a 90% loan to value that has private mortgage insurance pretty much expose the bank to the same risk. I'll ask you one question about the debit cards. You're planning to provide only, I believe, a 0.3 cents additional charge for dealing with fraud prevention. Fraud is just skyrocketed. Would the Fed consider increasing the fraud prevention adjustment before finalizing its proposal?
And that's part of the comments that we've received on the interchange rule, and it's something that's a concern that we're aware of, and we'll take that into consideration.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and now the gentleman from the great state of Missouri, Congressman Lukemeyer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly
Are they done
appreciate
squeezing
the
the short
thoughtful
calls?
gentleman
No,
from
I don't think
California's
so.
remarks on some of this stuff, but I'm kind of curious how Chairman Powell, he indicated you got a third implied duty here to actually work with the budget. I really thought that only the Congress had the ability to impact the budget. We're the ones, not even the legislative, not the executive branch, not the judicial branch. The legislative branch is the one that handles the budget. Am I mistaken on that, Mr. Chairman?
I believe that is right.
I don't think you want our job on top of what you got. No. One of the things that's come across my desk in the last few weeks here is some of the legislatures this last year around the country have started to pass banking laws that infringe on federal banking laws. Have you seen this? Are you aware of it? Do you have thoughts on it? Can you tell me what your thoughts may be?
Honestly, I have not seen that, and it wouldn't necessarily come across my desk. It might come across Vice Chair Barr's desk more.
Okay, well, I was just concerned because, I mean, you handle lots of banking rules and regulations, and so we don't want to have the state usurp the duties and responsibilities and the legal ability to.
These are preemption issues?
Yes, preemption issues is what it's all about.
Yeah, that's a big deal for the OCC issue.
Yeah, so I'm just curious if you'd run across any of that, had any thoughts on it. Okay. One of the things I just got done coming out of a committee hearing with small business a while ago, and there was a home builder individual there, a contractor, and he was talking about the cost of regulations. You know, basically $1,000 increase in costs about 100,000 homes across the country not being able to be purchased because they're no
I thought
longer
we made a new
affordable.
all-time high.
And so it
You're
brings
gonna
up
add
the
to your
point with
Vega
regards to the
puts?
cost of
No,
regulations.
falls up.
You know, you fall under the Administrative Procedures Act.
Even 3-month vol's still
Yes.
above 14.
So part of that act is to determine the cost of a regulation, correct?
But I generally buy
cost of
those
compliance?
based on 3-month VIX,
I
not
don't actually
the
know the
price of
answer
the
to that,
index.
but I know we follow carefully the APA.
But I mean, to me, that's a really important point from the standpoint of how you look at rules and regulations to ensure that the cost is not going to be more than the economic benefit of what you're doing. So, I mean, this has to be part of your analysis, I would think.
Certainly, we try to make our rules as efficient as possible and to get the job done.
One of the concerns we have is with, I think the gentleman talked about the credit card situation here, Reg II. And with regards to the Chevron doctrine basically being rescinded, how is that going to affect your rulemaking with regards to some of the more recent ones like Reg II fees and stuff, the Basel rule? Are all those things going to be impacted by this at all?
I mean, it doesn't change our assignment under the Durbin Amendment to do the interchange rule. So we're always focused as an institution on compliance with the law. We're a very law-abiding group.
But does it narrow your ability to go beyond or reinterpret laws and rules and things like that? It seems to me that's what the rule.
That'll be a question for the courts. I mean, the courts will be asking the same question, which is what was Congress's intent for that law, and that's the question we're asking. But what they're saying is courts will give less deference to agencies, I think.
Okay.
Again, these decisions were just passed down. I was actually out of the country last week while this is all happening. I've had no time to be briefed on any of that, so I'm kind of speculating here.
Okay. One last question. I asked this question yesterday of Secretary Yellen. What keeps you up at night? What is your biggest concern with regards to your responsibilities, with regards to the economy, with regards to the banking system? What is your biggest concern?
So for a long time, it's been cyber, and the reason is, we know about credit crises and things like that, and financial crises, but we haven't really had something where there's a successful cyber attack on a major financial institution or financial market utility. That's always been my answer. I would actually say now the number one thing that just does keep me awake at night is the balance that I talked about before, which is we're at the critical time of inflation's coming down, the labor market is cooling, and we want to get it right for the benefit of the American people. We want to get inflation down to 2%, but we want to keep a strong labor market too. And trying to make decisions that give that the best chance to happen. That is the thing
Impossible.
that I think about in the wee hours.
We've talked about this before too. You really got a tough job from the standpoint. You're trying to drive down demand in administration by spending all this money trying to drive it up. It puts you in a really big box, doesn't it? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now we have the gentleman from the great state of Illinois, Congressman Foster, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chair Powell. I guess when things are going well, it's as they currently are, it's all of our duties to look around the curve and see the risks that keep you up at night. So I appreciate Representative Luetkemeier's question. Now, over the last few years, there have been increasing interest in synthetic risk transfers, SRTs, or credit-linked notes, which are often used by U.S. banks to shift risk away from the banking system and as a means of managing regulatory capital. So I've been concerned by recent reports that the buyers of some of these SRTs may be investing in them using bank-provided leverage, in which case the risk could just boomerang right back into the banking system. Frankly, when I read about this, it triggered my PTSD from the AIG situation with credit default swaps during the financial crisis.
You're not supposed to say this.
Now, I understand the Federal Reserve plays a role in approving SRTs. In fact, issued guidance to U.S. banks regarding their issuance last fall. Could you say a little bit about the ways that these investments can be a safe way for banks to offload risk, and in what ways they could become a dangerous source of contagion?
Sure. So there could be a breakdown in a couple of places in the chain, as you're obviously aware. One is just that the risk isn't really well and fully transferred to the buyer. And that's just the first step is that risk going away off the balance sheet in an unconditional kind of a way, in a way that the bank understands. And that's a good thing if banks are able to do that. Then the question is it coming back through the back door with financing? And so we're well aware of that. Banks do tend to bring these things to us, and we look at them carefully. We understand some of the ways it can go wrong. And, but at the end of the day, if it works to reduce the risk on a bank's balance sheet, that's something we should be okay with.
Yeah, but, there's well, if you could just say, what sort of insight and control does the Federal Reserve have into all the connections, particularly when the connection may go through businesses that you do not have direct, non-bank entities that you may not have direct oversight over?
My understanding is that this is a very active dialogue we're having with banks. They want to know how this is going to be treated. They don't want to do something that is going to come back on them or that we will deny the treatment on. So I think there's a pretty transparent set of exchanges around how these things work. We're very clear on what we think our requirements are. This is what I'm told, and so we saw what went wrong the last time. I think no one wants to repeat that, including the banks. So,
well, if you conclude, and as you're actively studying it, that you need more visibility into certain areas of particularly non-bank things that may be part of the chain of contagion, please let us know, because it's our job to avoid the next crisis. I think it's my personal goal to die before we have another financial crisis, and then I'll be doing my job well. Now, I understand also the value of SRTs in the U.S. are relatively small, and the bulk of these are offshore. Is the growth of this practice internationally something you're watching closely? And is there anything that might provide a sign of early trouble in terms of international contagion that might creep back in?
So I haven't heard that flavor of it, but I'll check on that.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you haven't.
With AIG, the real problem with AIG falling into bankruptcy is that it would immediately put a bazillion of the European banks into violation of their capital requirements, which was major contagion. Do you have a sense of the time scale for the liquidity proposal at this point?
I think, the main thing is we have this very large, important project on Basel III, and I think we're pretty close to being able to move that out into the public view again. And I think once we've done that, we can move on to the other things that are there, and one of them is the liquidity proposals. And I don't want to put a specific time frame on it, but we're certainly working toward that sometime later.
This actually ended up being a far more interesting discussion than yesterday.
I would think so.
Okay, I understand it's still under negotiation between agencies, but can you say directionally the Basel III the new amended proposal, is it just going to be in the direction of sort of weakening it, watering things down toward the current capital requirements, or will there be areas where it's actually strengthening them?
Oh, no, there will be a capital requirement in it that is consistent with Basel III, and a capital increase that's consistent with Basel.
My question is, if you look at what the original proposal was compared to what you intend to put out, are you moving in the direction of more toward the current situation? And if so, if you can just interpolate, it seems like if you have comments on the proposal you put out, you understand comments on the status quo, and you're somewhere between that, then right. Maybe you don't need another set of comments because everything that can be said has been said.
It's a little more complicated than that, but that's essentially right. You have current levels of capital, you have the proposal, and you have, which is a lot of gold plating, and then you have where it's shaking out, and that's. But it's
so I just was wondering why you need more comments.
There are many different pieces. The answer is there are many, many different pieces of that.
Thank you, and I'm over time.
Gentleman's time is up. Next, the gentlewoman from the great state of Indiana, Congresswoman Houchin, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the ranking member, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for coming to speak with us today. It's been a long day, so thank you for being here this entire time. One of the greatest strengths of our financial services industry is the diversity of our banking system. I know firsthand how important it is for us to maintain options and choice for Americans, whether it's somebody looking to open a savings account or take out a loan to start a small business. Increasingly, however, we have seen consolidation
we're squeezing
in the
short
banking
calls
industry
right now.
and increased
we got a
difficulty
pullback.
for smaller
It was
financial
like
institutions to survive. One of the reasons
kind of
for
pullback
this
are you
is an
expecting?
excessive regulatory burden that many of the smaller banks face. While this can come in the form of new proposals and adjustments to liquidity requirements or to things like Basel III Endgame, it can also be due to outdated technological capabilities at the agencies and inefficiencies in and within the examination process. Chairman Powell, could you just talk about what steps the Fed is taking to upgrade technology and procurement procedures and update training practices to ensure that the banks that you regulate don't face unnecessary burdens?
So to your point, the number of banks in the country has been coming down for 40 years. And there's consolidation going on for a whole range of reasons. And we're not trying to foster that. We're not trying to push that. And we're aware that, high fixed costs from regulation may be one of the reasons for that. So we do try to keep that in mind, particularly for the smaller institutions. On your question around IT and specific things, I might take an opportunity to come back to you with somebody who's closer to the specific supervisory practices.
That would be
Fair
great.
question.
That would be great. And just for reference, I was proud earlier this year to introduce a bill, the Fostering the Use of Technology to Uphold Regulatory Effectiveness in Supervision
Markets on
Act,
bath
or the
salts.
Futures Act. It's an important bill that would require our federal bank regulators to conduct an assessment to ensure that the technology and training systems they are using will improve and reduce the burden on especially on our smaller financial institutions. At the same time, the bill will strengthen the safety and soundness of our financial system by keeping our regulators up to date on the latest fintech innovations. So I was glad to see that the Futures Act move through the markup earlier this year. I certainly hope to see it come to a floor vote soon. Chairman Powell, in your comments yesterday in the Senate, you said Basel III will need a, quote, meaningful revamp. Before we proceed toward finalization of that rule, I was glad to hear you say that. Considering 97% of public comments on Basel III were negative, with 86% of that negative feedback coming from outside the banking sector. Many of my colleagues here today have highlighted their own concerns with Basel III. Given the pressure that Americans are already facing with inflation and increased interest rates and housing market stalls, I would urge that you take a good long look at the cumulative effect of this rule in context with the broader economy, our small and mid-sized banks, not just the larger financial institutions. Will a meaningful revamp include consideration of the hardships that overregulations cause for smaller financial institutions like those that are essential to rural
Coin
communities
formed
like
a
mine
higher
in Southern
low
New
here,
England?
right?
I think it will, yes.
I think still reversing.
And are you concerned about the consolidation that
It
we are
looks
seeing in the
fine.
banking sector? I know you said it's been going on for 40 years. Does consolidation in the banking sector concern you? And are you concerned that the broader effect of cumulative rules is potentially leading to a further consolidation in the banking sector?
Again, we don't want to be part of the reason for that consolidation. It seems to be happening, though, organically. We allowed interstate banking, for example. Also, I think for a long time, the learning was there weren't a lot of economies of scale in banking. I think with all the technology costs, that old learning is now not really true. And so I do think, in fact, I think a lot of the sort of smaller regionals do feel that they need to grow to be able to compete with the larger regionals. And also, the very largest banks are also present, as you well know, in many, many communities where they weren't 30 years ago. So I think people are seeing a need for scale from a business standpoint. And we don't want to push consolidation. I think we also don't want to stand in the way of it if that's what's necessary for banks to compete with
I
the largest
appreciate that.
banks.
Thank you, Chairman Powell, again for your testimony. Our financial system is really the envy of the world. We need to make sure that small and growing institutions have the tools they need to innovate without any undue burden. I appreciate your emphasis on that in the meaningful revamp. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Next, the gentleman who set a record for a mile run this morning.
It's not like to have people analyze everything you say. You and Chair Power are the same, in that way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You looked much better and
I mean,
well coiffed when I saw you this
not
morning
on
than
the
I
same
was.
scale at all,
yeah.
but I don't know. I don't
nice to
really
see you
think about
again,
it
Chair
much.
Powell. Just briefly on the Basel III reforms, you and I have talked about. The
I do
tax
my
equity
part to make
provisions
sure
and
that the information I give
fact that
people is the best
clean energy
information
tax
I can
equity got a
give
4 times
people.
risk weighting relative
And
to
that's
other
really
tax
all you
equity
can
in
do,
the last
right?
version. if there is a reproposal, can you give us any visibility on whether clean energy tax equity will go back to the 100% risk weighting that it's historically had?
So I'm not going to give any specifics out today because, you know, the usual arrangement is nothing's agreed till everything's agreed. So I don't want to get into what the specifics are. I'm hopeful that the three agencies can come out, you know, pretty soon with the whole package.
Okay, well, the sooner even something temporary, because there are a lot of
mandate.
banks that want to participate that are, I think, more cautious than they need to be right now. Appreciate that. In 2021, I think you were a part of the FSOC report on climate-related financial risk that for the first time identified climate change as an emerging threat to U.S. financial stability. Do you still agree with that conclusion?
The conclusion being that what again?
That climate change was an emerging threat to U.S. financial stability.
Yeah.
Okay. I raise that because I've been troubled, as you know from some of the letters we've written, by this April Bloomberg report that said, number one, that Fed officials were pressuring the Basel Committee to make disclosures of banks' transition plans optional, and that succeeded. Number two, that the Fed, OCC, and FDIC were pushing to limit implementation of the Basel Committee's climate risk management principles to remove financed emissions. And number three, that the U.S., unlike other countries, did not propose that any of its banks be subject to an analysis of how they incorporated climate in their credit risk assessments. Have any representatives from your agency attempted to weaken the Basel Committee's work on climate risk, including by expressing concern about the Basel Committee overstepping its mandate with respect to its climate work?
Well, I guess I would say it this way. The Fed does not have a mandate of fostering an energy transition or dealing with climate change. Some of the Northern European banks feel that they do. They actually have that. It's in their mandate, either explicitly or implicitly, but we don't.
But if we agree that climate change is an emerging threat to the stability of the banking system, are you saying you're not acting on it because you don't have the authority, or you're not acting on it because you disagree with what you said in 2021?
When you say it's and I agree, there's an emerging threat to financial stability, that's over time. I think looking to the banking agencies to lead the fight on climate change is a big mistake. I think it's a job for elected people. We don't have that mandate in the United States. We can do a very limited thing, which is make sure that the institutions we supervise are aware of and can manage those risks. We are not going to be the ones who are forcing them to adopt plans to transition and that kind of thing. That's just not going to happen through the banking agencies without a law change.
So then if it is the view of the rest of the world that climate change is a financial risk and we're going to regulate our banks, is it the view of the Fed that the U.S. G-SIBs should not be required to report?
You know, again, we're not going to be climate policymakers at the Fed. We are not going to do that. We don't have that mandate. A key to our independence is that we stick to the job you've given us. And the idea that we should discover climate and say, okay, we're going to lead the fight on climate, it just, we do, if we're going to do things like that, we should be part of the Treasury Department.
Well, so to be clear, no one's under the illusions that you're the EPA. But you know, I spoke with Janet Yellen about this yesterday. We have multiple states where the insurance industry is collapsing. Something like, as you know well, something like a third to 40% of U.S. wealth is tied up in real estate. And okay, U.S. homeowners are not G-SIBs, but in the 2008 financial crisis, we had risk that moved out of the G-SIBs onto other entities' balance sheets, and we said, well, we're not responsible because it's an insurance company. Well, we've fixed that. You do now have a mandate to, if there's systemic risk in the system. And so the question is, if we know that risk is moving through the system, is the FSOC monitoring that risk, or is the FSOC's view that if I'm not allowed to look at it, I'm not going to look at it, and it's somebody else's problem? Because somebody else is the person sitting here, right? I mean, we're going to be accountable if that risk comes when those chickens come home to roost.
Well, the banks know their risks pretty well, and you see the banks and the insurance companies pulling back from lending in coastal areas and things like that.
No, I agree, but where are they offloading that risk to? If they're putting, we've seen them putting it onto Fannie and Freddie. We've seen Fannie and Freddie try to put it onto the reinsurance industry. The risk doesn't go away.
Time is up.
We don't regulate them.
Gentleman's time is up.
Yield back.
Next, the gentlewoman from the great state of Missouri, Congressman Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and in keeping with baseball analogies here, I think I'm batting cleanup. Chairman Powell, welcome in this afternoon to you. Chair Powell, in your testimony, you stated that, and I quote, "longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well."
They were good questions, but they were going to
Would
just
you
keep
please
getting
expand
dodged. Right?
on that for us?
Sure. So in our thinking and the thinking of
What's upward
economists and
resistance
central
on
bankers,
NVIDIA?
what the public expects
I was
about
looking at that
inflation is
earlier.
really
Hold on.
important, because if you expect there to be low inflation, then it probably will be low.
So Game of
because
X is
you're
like
gonna- You're going to make sure that's
134?
true in your daily decisions. So we measure them. We survey individuals and businesses and market participants, and then we look at market-based. You can also derive market estimates of what inflation will be through various
But there are
instruments in the markets,
a
and
decent
all of
number
those
of calls
suggest
out to
that
like
people expect
140.
inflation to be right around 2% over the longer term, and that's been very stable right through this episode.
When you say longer term, sir,
135
how
is
many
going to be
years
resistance, and then the path to
would
140
you be
is
estimating?
kind of
1
weak,
year,
but
3 year, 5
it's
year? Is there
squeezing
any-
out.
So we look at
short calls
short
right
and
now
medium term
on
inflation
NVIDIA.
expectations too, and they tend to be more volatile because when inflation
always
is
cut this where
high,
you can
people
see
think
it.
that'll last a few years. But one standard thing is to look at 5-year, which is between year 5 and year 10. That's a standard way to look, or longer term than that. If you just ask people in surveys over the longer term, you maybe don't specify, but they all give you the same answer, which is people kind of have faith that inflation will go back down to its 2%
Thank you.
level.
There has been some reporting lately on shrinkflation. And for our viewers, I'll say this is when you pay the same price for something as yesterday, but get less of it than before, kind of like my bag of potato chips. Some have sought to direct attention away from the pain of runaway inflation that we've experienced and instead blame producers who themselves face rising costs pressures. Yet, I haven't seen any mention of shrinkflation as
Why
an
did
inflation
Cushing was
cause
not
in
cash
any
money?
recent monetary policy
I'm sorry that
report.
it interfered with your
Moreover,
gambling
a Bureau
feelings.
of Labor Statistics
Really
article
wasn't
last
cool
year
of them, you're right.
looked at shrinkflation and concluded that, and I quote again, it has a minuscule impact on overall inflation. Chair Powell, from the Fed's perspective and analysis, has shrinkflation been a significant casual or amplifying factor in the runaway
You're trying
inflation
to, like,
of the past
gaslight us
several
about
years,
shrinkflation?
that has
It's
imposed maybe
ridiculous.
greater pain on American workers and households?
I'd have to say no. I mean, I would say it this way, packaging in the U.S. on food products and that kind of thing, it's going to disclose the contents of the thing, and the price will be what it is, and consumers can make their choice to buy it or not. But we don't think that's a major driver of inflation. No.
I think from a producer standpoint, it probably is. If the cost of the item is exponentially higher.
It may reflect costs on the part of the producer. It probably does, but that doesn't mean it's a cause of inflation as such.
Okay, thank you. So, switching topics, the Federal Reserve has produced volumes of research over the last decade, highlighting the negative consequences of the debit interchange fee cap. Some of the economists who produced that research have even worked on this proposed rule, the Reg II. Chair Powell, was the previous Federal Reserve research demonstrating Regulation II's detrimental impacts to low-cost checking accounts flawed, or did it have incorrect conclusions? And if not, then why would the Fed propose this rulemaking when all of their research demonstrated detrimental impacts? Please.
I am not entirely sure what research you're referring to. I'll be happy to follow up with you on that.
Yeah, I hope you are, because I know we're having this discussion about the interchange fee caps and Reg II, and I'm concerned about going forward on that when much of the research that we have seen from the Fed, and it's been pretty steady over the last number of years, says it has quite detrimental impacts. So please, to low-cost checking accounts. So if you wouldn't mind, I would love to get some answers on that. And also, why hasn't the Fed taken into action the higher fraud costs that debit card issuers will incur as a result of the new dual routing mandate for card not present transactions. I'm over my time. If you could also answer in writing, I would be ever so grateful. I yield back, sir.
Lady yields back, and I would like to thank Chairman Powell for his testimony today. I know you got to get out of here, and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. Questions will be forwarded to the witnesses for his response, and I ask you, Chairman Powell, to please respond no later than August 30th, 2024. With that in mind, this hearing is adjourned.
All right. I'm up $110 today. Nice. I've mostly just been playing like the repricing of the calls because they're massively underpriced. But that's been working out pretty well so far. I'm still long my straddle, which is good because I don't really want to straddle up here very much. We're getting kind of close to where this tops out. That's pushing up a bit. It really depends on what calls we squeeze, but there should be some resistance past like 56, 18, 20, right around there. It should be quite hard to go much higher. Not that we can't, and it's still definitely early enough in the day that we could get more out of the money call positioning and we could see that move up, but yeah, we got the 10-year auction right now, which obviously could present some risk. Looks like there was no tail, but it was pretty close. Bid to cover was a little low. But yeah, 10 points off a tail. Fed bid 6.3 of the total 39 billion. Could go back to 5,600 if we reject off of VN. Possibly. I don't think we've squeezed out a ton of the short calls, but we've squeezed out some of them. We definitely squeezed out the ones at like 95, 5,600. Most of the ones at like 605 and 610. So there is a little weakness to the downside. Can you please comment on GME? Indexes are running. I don't really think GME's price is very important. Doesn't look like there's much meat on the bone. I guess it could push through GM, or it has pushed through GM already. Looks like it failed earlier today to gain any ground over Gamma Max, so it's going to be probably pretty difficult for it to move much higher. Although that 10 to 15% range exists to some degree there. VN, 56.27. $30 calls getting sold pretty heavily here. Oh, nice. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, it looks like short calls are rolling up. I mean, they're gonna probably do that. So it looks like kind of the local top. Puts are still a little overpriced to the downside, though. Why are you so interested in Microsoft yesterday? Because they needed to pump it in order to drive the dispersion. It was lagging like the rest of tech, but it's bouncing back today, right? Like they're pushing dispersion today, and Microsoft's a big beneficiary of that. That's why I bought the 460 calls yesterday. This is probably a local high. It's going to be really hard for them to push higher than this. And short calls are rolling up. Remember, it's really hard to sustain upside in these price ranges. No, dispersion between the top 50 S&P stocks and the index. Which is breaking down. put a stop on my straddle, and then I think I'm done for today. Maybe I'll pick up some like 5610 puts just in case. Coin dropped under 217 again. I know. Good job today. On what? Can you just the VIX chart? Well, there's two of them. I'll switch this off of VIX though. $82. Interesting. Gherkin made 3.3 million on the SPX calls. What? Short call squeeze, but yeah, no problem. It was fun. It's not a ton of short calls, right? It's not like we've had like a big correction or anything. So most of the stuff out of the money was pretty short dated, but we could chop around here for a bit, I guess. I think it's more likely we get at least a little bit of a failure. But we'll have to see how many out of the money calls continue to be bought, because we could still test like 56.20 maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, all I have left for today is well, I have some 5650 calls that are sold, but I'm not particularly worried about those. And then I have the like half of the long side of my straddle still. How many millions did you make off the 9-day reg show cycle and beyond? I didn't even make millions on it. Are you talking about beyond like total over since I started playing it? Maybe like 60 grand, 70 grand. I haven't put that much money into it. Last time my position was only like 6,000. At like 5x, 6x. I'm actually still up on my synth longs, but only like 6% now with the pullback. I'm not even sure that it coming off of Reg Show is bearish. Any thoughts on GoEV? My calls are up significantly. It gets a lot spicier if it breaks above 250. It's being pretty actively shorted despite the upside move. So they're trying to short into the covering. Usually like meme shit, I don't put a lot of money into. There's no like viable risk management for that kind of stuff, right? Like you're basically just going long as fuck. It's terrible. Why might Beyond still be bullish? I mean, puts are still being sold really aggressively on it. That still pulls the like the neutrals down, right? And there's a chance for their hedge to flip, regardless of whether it's on Reg Show or not. It could be that they don't want it. Like getting it cleared before it went into forced covering might mean that they don't want it on Reg Show, right? Which could be a signal of elevated risk, not diminished risk. Why is my TOS trade restricted? I don't know. Maybe you're under unsettled or something. If I can ask TOS. Close 5,600. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm gonna lower high on the bounce here. I think I'm gonna cut my straddle along. It's just greedy trying to get the extra $7 out of it. Give me a fill. Beyond doesn't run because of obligations, it runs because of short vol. It runs more because it's on Reg Show, generally speaking, but I mean they're not inherently related. Earnings is still coming up, right? So IV is still going to price up, short calls are still going to get pressured, and short puts are still being aggressively sold. I don't think that's necessarily bearish, but I also have like fucking 5 months on my calls, right? Which, so I don't really give a shit. Yeah, I mean, there's a limit because there's only so much money that can be pushed into it, right? Eventually, you're gonna hit margin limits on how much strain JPY can handle. I mean, we already see limits imposed by, not only the Bank of Japan, but by their Ministry of Finance, right? I mean, they're well aware of the trade occurring there, and yet they still, actively will pump money into the FX markets in an effort to raise the price of yen I mean, effectively, that's trying to limit the amount of leverage pushed into the system. The problem is there's so much leverage being pushed into the system that their efforts at containing it have failed multiple times. They've intervened in FX markets like 5 times now, all to no avail. So they've basically just thrown away a few $100 billion trying to keep it contained. Nice one, Noel. Well done, man. I don't care what you change your name to, Bipolar Bear. No, I'm not getting hundreds of billions of dollars. If I had hundreds of billions of dollars, I would not fucking be here right now. I would definitely not work every day. I wouldn't work every day if I had $1 billion, let alone hundreds of billions. Yes, you would. Listen, dork, I told you that about my obsessive personality disorders in confidence. You'd be so bored. I don't know. I could at least, like, not trade until VIX was above 14. Would you do 2 chicks at the same time? It's a lot of parts. This is parts everywhere. They have to keep intervening to keep the JPY elevated though, right? Assuming rates stay the same, then the yen will keep losing value, won't it? Yeah. Yeah. Eventually Japan will have to raise rates. It's already kind of a crisis. It's just not talked about a lot. It almost got brought up at the Senate hearing today, or the congressional hearing today, which I thought was funny. They almost touched on it, and it came so close. I can't buy the GME float. How much fucking money do you guys think I have? No. Well, I don't have... No, I don't even have 100 million. More than Doric. Yeah. I'm not even sure how much money I have. That's awfully specific and wrong, but... Most Japanese people trade Forex. It's almost like a requirement to fucking offset the cost of living. I haven't watched the stream yet. The thought just came to me and I figured I would ask. Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's mostly brushed under the rug because it's where big banks derive their leverage, right? And so, you know, they don't want any focus on it. So you don't hear about it in the media and stuff. And what's funny is it was like probably the primary driver of the GFC, or at least the risk in the GFC. No, we're not talking about fucking CNS gaff. And it never got really brought up. Like a few academic papers and stuff, but that's it. It never got brought to attention in the mainstream media. It's not mentioned in like The Big Short. Well, we kind of are talking about CNS. Don't try to get, you know, high level with this. See you later, Nick. What's your target GoEV range? I'd like to see it hit like 350 or $4. Not too greedy on it. Don't they have like an event today? What's going on with their event? They signed a purchase agreement with Go2 Delivery. They agreed to buy 5 delivery vans. The delivery plans to integrate these vehicles into their fleet in order to decrease environmental impact and increase operational efficiency. Logistics solutions companies said they could purchase up to 85 additional vans. Holy shit, they made 5 vans? Oh, and they received multiple Red Dot 2024 design awards. Apparently in June. I didn't even know that. Huh. I can't believe they were able to pump out 5 vehicles. The Big Short kind of hints at it. In the book, they do a little bit, but not really in the movie. What is 190 likes, 428 watching? Come on, guys. Yeah, what the fuck? Your vehicles are highly rectangular. It's glorious. They're trying to add short vol to support the price level because charm's positive here, right? So if they can hold this level where charm is sustainable into the end of the week, they can prevent a lot of downside risk from being realized. Yeah, I'm still in coin. I got a pretty good entry yesterday, so I don't really have any reason to get out of it just yet. I'm gonna need CPI to get them higher. Get what higher? Would you get some longer term put positions here? You're talking about a breakdown of the dispersion trade. Yeah, I think it's going to start to break down. I think it's over leveraged. Which isn't really very different from where we were in March, though, right? So it doesn't mean like the market's going to crash or anything, but I think we could end up with another correction really easily. Have you seen their pickup truck? You should check. What? GoEVs? Yeah, I've seen it. I think they make cool shit. They just don't fucking make shit, right? That's the problem. I mean, I'm long. I'm like pretty long. Got a little bit of money over there. I got a coin this morning for a small gain. They had some analyst downgrades, and it spooked me. It was 719 theta. I don't know. It's got support at 215 and 220, so I'm not particularly worried about it. I also don't have like a ton of exposure though. How long are you on what? Go EV? I don't know, I got a lot of leaps. Coin Greeks are fine. I don't think we're anywhere near fucking anything risky yet. Gamma neutral's at like 204. Gamma max is at 240. DN's like back at 180. So it's still really well supported by the MM. Just need Bitcoin to bounce back to 60, right? Which it looks like it's trying to do. Maybe the next leg up. 60, 62. I suppose I could have just played Bitcoin, but I don't like Bitcoin. Why are you looking into like near bankrupt telecom companies? The sector is undervalued, but it's also inundated with massive amounts of debt. And like bond spreads aren't really getting better. Wrong about what, Gaff? Not playing Bitcoin? It's gross. No, I don't have OCD. I don't know, I kind of want to short AVGO. I was told that I would have financial freedom with Cardano. Didn't you make money when it went to 95 cents? It's not Gaff's fault you don't know how to trade. Maybe because these telecom companies have largely been increasing their balance sheets. Some of them have been recovering in net income. It hasn't been priced in yet because they're still going to have to refinance debt. And the rate at which they're improving their margins isn't necessarily going to be congruent with the rate at which they accumulate additional interest payments, right? That's the fear. I mean, that's why this... it's also a defensive, so the sector generally gets abandoned in bull markets anyway. I'm like long as fuck AT&T. So I can't... I'm not going to argue that there's value there. There is. But you have to really pick and choose carefully. Do you have calls on coin or just sold puts? I haven't gotten any calls yet, but if it breaks back above 220, I might get some like short dated calls, like weeklies. But right now, just the butterflies, which, I mean, they're not really affected by the price moving around much. When's the last time you saw Apple up 7 days in a row? I don't know, like November last year, probably. Why do you want to short AVGO? Well, I made a shitload of money shorting it last time, which was nice. It's also pretty close to Gamma Max. And Delta's been falling off a little bit the last couple of days, but not enough. I really want a clear signal on that one to justify fucking spending the premium on the puts, because they're not cheap. I think if it falls back below, I don't know, like 1735, I might short it. Isn't AJ long ABGO? I don't know what the fuck his position is. Is AVGO going to be a pickles pick? Maybe. Depends on the risk. AVGO is going to split soon too, which is sad. Yeah, that's the other reason I'm kind of about shorting it. I think it splits like next week. $3K for an Atomony put with 2 days of Theta's a bargain. Yeah, but that put can go like $50 in the fucking money. Fast, right? Did anybody play AVGO the last time I shorted it? Or the bounce? I think both were pickles picks, right? Fucking went from like 1800 to like 15. This is a $300 move, no big deal. Played the short side. Have you had a Glizzy Masubi? No? Well, I'm out of calls on AVGO. I don't know. I'm not ready to go short yet. I'm gonna wait on it. Emma ended up paying out again pretty good. EPAM's really starting to piss me off though. I say add more shares if it falls back to 70. Ooh, Tesla ripped back up. There's resistance on that today. Like 266. There's enough calls at 270. I could keep going. Just a little gap at 612. Managed to hold 610. Still a lot of buyers. Long Nike. Ew. Credit card defaults fall back to like 2020 levels. Early 2020 levels. What about Disney? Disney's been doing really shitty. I don't know, maybe if it gets back to like 90 or 80, I might re-enter it. I really don't want to straddle SPX up here. Then don't. It's a little risky. Like the call side of it's a little risky. Usually in this kind of situation, like if we closed at 56.20, I would probably go like 1 DTE on the call side, and then I would get more theta on the puts. I might also like not get as much call side exposure, so it'd be an offset. I might do like 10 contracts to 20 or 15 to 30, something like that. What do you think about CPI? I mean, I think they fucking murdered it with revisions, but like most of the revisions dealt with like service price increases, right? And the inflationary pressure right now is on input costs. So I think like durable expense could go up, and PCE could start pushing up. CPI is probably going to stay flat till we get the next round of seasonal adjustments, which will be after Q3. But then I feel like after that, after they adjust back, we're probably going to see more strength in CPI. I'm actually a lot more interested in PPI and PCE than I am CPI right now. I don't think CPI matters that much currently. So yeah, offering announcements on GoEV. It's from September 2023 agreement. Old news. Capital OKC can convert their warrants to stock at the fantastic price of $12.90 a share. Dope. Calls on SPX are risky, doing close to GM on the monthly. Pretty close to VN too, right? We have Vega neutrals right here also. We're just way overbought. And this is like the last of the calls to squeeze out. And unless calls start selling further out of the money, there's really no liquidity up here. And options are getting way too cheap. So the diminishing returns from short vol is definitely something that's being felt pretty heavily. What's the bull case for the data tomorrow? Flat or down? They need more leverage, so 0% print. Yields need to go down and dollar needs to go down, really, for the market to go much higher. Yeah, I'm sick again. Fucking, I don't know what I got. I think it's like a cold. I feel better already though, so maybe it's just like not a very bad one. What's happening to VIX? Some short calls have been squeezing. Or they're de-risking their Vega, which they have been the last like 3 days. So it sounds like bitch fluenza to me. I don't know. I went to the Met and like I think I just got something. I leave my apartment all the time. That's why I get sick. If I didn't leave my apartment, I wouldn't get sick. Is Tesla hitting 280 this week? It could, yeah. No, I say overbought at very specific times. It's not like I've just been generally like, oh, this is overbought since 4,400. There are times when it's been overbought and then it's corrected and then it's no longer overbought and then it's gone up more. We've had 2 like major corrections since last year. This is literally exactly exclusively the only thing I've ever heard you say. I'm pretty sure like when we got the 0% CPI report, I said SPX to 6,000. Why did I close my 5600C this morning? I don't know. You hate money? Why is Nikkei at 42,400? Because the yen is worthless. Do we get a hard rejection off 5618? It's like 5620 now. Overbought is nonsense term, but yes, it's been overbought since it started with the 3. It's not a nonsense term. It's RSI is nonsense, but I'm not using RSI as a measure of the market being overbought. CTAs are at like 50x leverage. Yields aren't really relenting anywhere. The dollar's still strong. There's no more money, right? So more leverage or more money needs to open up in order for this to keep going higher. Short vol has diminishing returns. It's just mechanical. You guys would make money on the short side if you fucking sold your puts when they were worth more than you bought them for. What's up, Nick? Ree? Ooh, fancy. That's very fancy. Still appreciate about your buy low, sell high hoodoo. Alright. Where do we see SPX end of day? That's a reasonable question. I think 56.15 is not crazy, but we could move up to 56.30 if we could squeeze off the rest of the calls that are on the upside. Amazon could still break out to 205, but I don't want to play it. It looks shitty. Like the range from 200 to 205 is still really weak, and everything at 200 is just short calls. I wonder what made them feel bearish and buy all those puts. I don't know. Who bought puts? Beyond ticking up from that dip seems a bit intriguing, don't you think? No. If it moves back above 7, maybe. I'm in short Costco. I'm already a little bit short Costco. I haven't added a lot to it yet, but I probably will as more like consumer data comes in. Did you sell calls on Apple? No. I did want to. Oh shit. That's at 232. Yeah, I should probably sell some. So the 3025. What does like that? 3530. 26th. 50% risk. Profitability 31. I kind of like the 3250, 2775, or 22750. Needs to move down a bit too much though. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think that matters. Weekly or OPEX? I was thinking end of the month. It's about the same. Yeah. The weekly is kind of interesting, but it's too exposed to the macro data. We can still test 5620. Although VIX might be getting a little bit unmanageable at this point. Yeah, 5620, 2050. Tesla might fail a little bit here. NQ doesn't look super strong either. Why 227.50? I don't know, I just like that one. The 235, 230 isn't too bad either. But the 237.50, 227.50 is like 50% on max risk with a break even at 230, 250, which isn't bad. Wonder how much that changes the break even. A little bit. Do 237.50, 230, 240, 230. 240, 230 is kind of interesting too. That was good risk reward. $230, $250, $230. It's 140 on 250. That might not be bad. Break even's too low though. 35.30. Yeah, 30 to 35.30 seems kind of where I want it. So it's like this. Like that. Gives me a little bit of padding on spot too. Expiration. I don't know if the expiration matters much. I guess I could go weekly. Not a lot of time to hedge it though. There's only 2 days. Probably, yeah, probably just OPEX. Sell some calls on SPX while I'm at it. 19 5700s or what? 800 each. $1,300 for the 75. $56.90. 5,700. Hmm. Ten to 5. Any GME talk today? A little bit, yeah. It had a little bump, but then it failed Gamma Max. Puts on Costco. Gonna want a lot of theta for that one. $5,600 end of day. I think like the market maker would love that. But we have a lot of support at 56.15. It'll be hard to, well, yeah, it'll be kind of hard to fail. 15 and 10. There's more in the money call positionings coming in. And there's more sold puts at 5,600. I'm more interested to see if they can push this to 56.30. Like end of day. That would be interesting. That's where my puts are. What, at 5,600? You can make money on them. It's just going to be hard for us to fail 56.10. So you might like pick up some gamma, but no, 56.15. Oh, okay. Yeah, we could drop to we could test 10 again. I don't think that's impossible. It'll just be hard to get below 10. Like we'll need momentum, or the out of the money calls will need to start to exceed the support of the charm, which we're not there yet. What's up? I will say, it is tempting with vol rising. Hmm. The MM still wants us at like 55.98. What's tempting with vol rising? Buying a 5600 put. It's still overpriced though. Hmm. Mm. 'The fuck? $212 right now. Nice, putting flaps. It's very tempting, but I feel like trying to short 5600 is way too soon. What's the difference between recent Greeks you give on SVX versus legacy? Some error handling. mostly. Sometimes like the data out of Opera can be wildly incomplete, and managing that to the extent that it can is you know reliable product takes a bit of error handling. Especially on like out of the money shit that might not trade each day, where there's no like, you know, where there's no like bid asks. You can get some pretty wild shit on the options chain. The arrow turns out along the plus minus switch, so they should have been super bullish and have now priced in 8 rate cuts. Why is the MM not pricing GoEV leaps correctly? Because the options are so heavily sold on the call side. But that's something that only lasts for so long, right? That mispricing. And if it continues to be mispriced, you know, eventually they're going to have to appropriately price them, and that's kind of what triggers. Like that's, you know, as far as the MM goes, that's a lot of what triggers squeezes on short vol, right? Is that, you know, the MM hedge flips, and they have to start pricing those options appropriately. What did you say to a call Broken Wing on SPX for August? I don't really like Broken Wings on SPX very much. Price targets generally aren't as well defined. And then you really want to be careful with the theta on them because it impacts profitability a lot. The blue ones are not the same as the others. I have a really refined palette. It's just food coloring. Put debit's probably better than, might be, yeah. Or I mean, you could do like a condor that's offset or something. Full port GoEV leaps. No, I'm not doing that. I don't know. You could if you want to, I guess. Seems risky. 1 second. miss anything, right? Cool. Um, 5605. Not yet. Maybe we're starting to get a little breakdown in positioning. I can make stream cards. I'm just fucking with people. I needed to hit 4,900 end of week. That's, you know, that's extremely unlikely, right? Fête du Feline by Fancy Feast is a restaurant opening in New York City. Cat food style cuisine based on their cat food flavors. Excuse me? Do they make cat food for cats or people? People. I want to see this recipe book. Basil lemonade. A braised beef salad. And an apricot pound cake. Okay. Weird. No, it's not basil lemonade. It's basil. Oh, wait. It's a furries restaurant. Maybe. Basil 3 lemonade. I'm hesitant to buy over 6. Okay. That's reasonable, I guess. It's just normal food. It doesn't look very good. Shout out for the ghost. Ghosting the stream account sounds like a recipe for losing money. Can confirm. Its returns are cyclical. Why can't bulls break 5620? It should be very hard. It's not impossible to break it. It would be just exceedingly difficult. There's like no gamma up there. Do you think SPX 6500 is possible by Jan? No? Is what a good hedging strategy. No, you deleted it. No, because you don't lose money. Only sometimes and very temporarily. I literally just take this account from like $0 to $10,000 and then blow it up. Why? Because it's fun. Can you let us know when you're doing the 0 to 10,000 part? Well, I drew it down to 900 this time, so I'm currently doing that. It's back to 4,000 already. Give me like another couple weeks. I should be able to get it to 10. And then I'm gonna blow it up again. I missed it. How much capital do you start with? Like, I don't know, whatever I draw it down to. Usually I just like pump it up to 10 grand and then YOLO into something. What do you think on SPX for end of day? We could fail, although I think it's kind of unlikely. I'd feel better about a failure if we tested 5620 first. Is this a good hedging strategy? If you have 5 bear debit spreads, 5500, 5480 expiring August 16, to get 2 broken call wings targeting 5630 on the weekly. Do you need to hedge out of the money broken wings? Hold on. Let me build up. Are you doing put broken wings? Targeting 30? Should have put this? Oh, sorry, those are backwards. Wait, no, were they bear call? Bear debit. This is terrible. Oh, these aren't the weekly one, right? This is the weekly one. So it's a weekly. Hold on. Okay, so you have the weekly Broken Wing. And these are August 16. It's not really a hedge, they're just two different positions. Call? I mean, same thing. Hey, we tested 20. Hmm. I guess we could fail. Yeah, maybe. This is all sold calls here, but no gamma. So in order to hold this, they need to buy the in the money call. Hmm. I guess we'll see. Probably not very sustainable. Unless NQ is. I think we hit SPX all-time highs every day from now until the economy completely implodes. Well, that'll be really easy to make money off of. Market up, vol up, market down, vol up. I like. It's interesting. It's staying mostly above the negative effects from charm. Although if we fall back under 15, that's going to get a little worse. Definitely tested the top there, though. Yeah, I think even like another high volume push would have a hard time breaking 20. It looks to be pretty solid. Well, if they lose 56-15, and definitely if they lose 56-10, charm's gonna get a bit rough into the end of day. Right now we're sort of staying above the more negative effects of charm. But if we fail like down here or fill that gap at like 12, things are gonna start to shift the other way. I don't use back spreads or broken wings on indexes very often. Yeah. Yeah, it does. I generally use them on things with overpriced options, where I have really specific price targets. Like I want X stock to move to X price over X number of days, and only that price. You hedging upcoming earnings on how now? You can if you need to. It really depends on your exposure, not the historic volatility of their earnings. I need your help. I have a 5-foot vanity, 200 pounds. It's in a box. I need to get up to a 3rd-story bathroom without help or a dolly of any kind. How do? You gotta push it up the stairs. You probably have to put it on top of something that you can slide over the stairs. Unless the box is pretty rigid. If it's pretty rigid, you just lay it on the stairs and push it up. No, don't use a trebuchet. You're gonna get a hernia from 200 pounds. He's a big dude. Probably. You can just slide the box. I'm not kidding. Yeah. That's by far the easiest way to do it. You could even roll it up the stairs if you really want to. Just get like one corner on the stairs and then just roll it end over end. But that's gonna beat the shit out of the box. And if it doesn't have like a pallet inside it, you're gonna it's gonna start to fall apart. Can you put it on your Roombas to move it? No. No, you cannot. They are not load bearing. Please don't tell me we're going to chop between 56.17 and 56.20 until close. Well, we have support at 56.15. I've seen cats ride them. Cats don't weigh anything. They're from a different dimension. What are the chances we hit 56.30 before close? I kept a couple runners open from earlier. Very slim. It'd be really hard for us to hit 56.30. I only bought those because they were way underpriced for a test, like a test at 56.20. They were like 20 cents each, 25 cents each. Again, I don't think we'll go to 50. The only way we go to 5630 is if we like squeeze like short calls pulling back into close. And if we fall under 5615, Charm's gonna kind of start to flip and push down on price, which will make it harder for bulls to recover anyway. Can we touch on your thoughts on tomorrow's CPI being cool or hot? I mean, I'll write up an analysis on it tonight, but it's probably going to be close to expectations. The problem with CPI on this report is it's really going to depend on how efficiently consumer costs are still being priced forward. And I'm not sure yet. I know input costs have been rising very steadily, but you also have to weigh that against service costs falling a bit. And then again, the efficiency of companies to price that forward without damaging sales, which hasn't been successful lately, right? Sales have been declining, which is going to make producers want to hold on to those to that inflationary upcharge, right? And they're gonna sit on those losses instead in order to maintain their market share and improve sales performance. And so it may be that we don't see consumer pricing being like the price forward from producer to consumer maintaining the same level of efficiency that we've seen over the last like 2 years. It's too late to play the Power Hour song. It's 3:03. I don't have a Power 57-minute song. The positioning's been on AMD for a few weeks. But it was mostly sold from the last attempt at running up. So I think largely the price improvement is just those sold calls starting to pull back. I feel like not that long ago I went long AMD, but I cut it when it tested my midpoint at like 75, and then it pulled back again under risk. I probably should have bought more of it, but I wasn't really paying attention to it. K-View 52-week low. Ooh. Well, not anymore, but briefly. I might sell some puts on it. Oh yeah, my shitty puts are printing. And NQ's failing, which is dope. So maybe we do get a bit of a pullback. We'll have to see. Bulls could still stabilize this. Really got to fall under 56.10 for any kind of rapid move down. But dispersion's starting to break apart little by little from our peak earlier. So it's, I mean, it's the, and you're looking, I mean, you're kind of watching dispersion flows, right? So you're seeing, you know, as core goes down, you're seeing short vol on indexes go up. Well, specifically short vol on SPX go up, right? And you're seeing long vol on SPX underlying go up. And then core goes down, right? And then the opposite if core goes up. So you're seeing short vol on SPX go down, and you'd be seeing long vol on the underlying go down. It's a big driver of price action because SPX is just a market cap weighted representation of the underlying 500 stocks, right? It's literally it's just a mathematic formula, a cumulative sum formula, right? And then you can trade options on it. Rural juror. Why do I have a feeling they'll short go EV after this event? I'm gonna go with because you're over leveraged. Nice little G-Wagon. You can play the Dillionaire song you didn't play earlier during J-Pow. Oh, that's true for the new guy.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go into
That's true. I did correct the volume. Get wrecked. What doing VIX? Hopefully going parabolic. I'd very much like a flash crash. Ooh, flash crash would be fun. Imagine we flash crash, fully recover, and then crash again. Or multiple flash crashes. Ooh, I'd like that. It'd be like 1929 all over again. Imagine being a bear in 1929. That must have been fun. How quick is a flash crash? Quick. Let's. Huh. Remember the FOMC when the second JPOW stopped talking, SPX went up $20, then down 100? Yeah. How could I forget? There were no bears in 1929. That's why it happened. That's not true. There just weren't very many of them. There were actually a ton of warnings about 1929, but I mean, communication wasn't as effective. And so like the news wasn't very widespread, but there were a lot of people that were informed in advance. $50K call buys, 13-14 midday today. Ooh. VIX is getting a little spicy. So CPI tomorrow basically topped out for any upside move. No, because CBI could gap up in the pre-market. It'd be really hard to hold that gap up, but it could. Let's see your price of your company until an hour later. That shit was live, man. It was like a minute later. Why the fuck is everything censored in chat? That's so annoying. I don't know. What kind of curry should I get for lunch? No idea. Are you choosing like region or flavor? Is it Indian curry? Thai? Japanese? Chinese? Laotian? Any chat I sent through with curse words has been filtered for a few weeks now. That's always been true. That's always filtered out curse words. Only the mods can curse. What happened yesterday? Why was everything green? It wasn't. Yesterday sucked. Everything was flat. FSLR VOPs? I don't know. It's still struggling with 230. I like the number of tests, but it's still a strong resistance. I figured I'd confirm a break of 230 and then maybe go long. I got you, Taco Squire. Hmm. I really want NQ to dump a little bit here, because that would be funny. Are they shorting GoEV a bunch? They've been shorting GoEV a bunch. Not just now, but like for months. Nobody can see me say swears. That's why you ignore me. How do you not know this after all this time? If you can't interact with the message you typed in YouTube, it got filtered. And no one else can see it. I have brain damage. Like, actually? What's no longer true? Hmm. It's worse than that. I can only tell which message is filtered by looking at the chat via another device. Huh. Interesting. Wabeef, are you alive or crushed under the weight of a 200-pound vanity? We need an audio wellness check. You actually have 100 viewers on multiple devices. I figured. If a smooth brain gets a dent in it, does that count as a half wrinkle? Interesting. I guess it could. So you give wellness checks, Popcorn Trader? He's alive. He doesn't have power, but he's alive. He is alive and well, as is Colonel, his heir. Or a handful of viewers, each on hundreds of devices, or a bot farm. He's fine. Popcorn's fine. I know you're sick, but you said the quiet part out loud. What quiet part? I blew up a good amount of my port today. It's becoming a pre-CPI tradition. Are you just constantly trying to short the bull trend? What did you do? CHPT more likely to consolidate on this breakout point. It has options, right? $2 is probably important. I really don't want the last hour to be flat as a pancake. That kind of sucks. Maybe we just test 20 again and then get rejected. Although we only have 30 minutes left. Maybe we just test 30 and squeeze off the rest of the short calls. Can you look at Microsoft? What about it? It bounced back today. I'm out of my weeklies though. I already closed them. Yeah, the ups has been pretty. There's been a few breakouts. Mostly when we just squeezed off like big chunks of sold calls. This one was particularly good. This morning. When we first broke out. But yeah, for the most part, it's been just kind of grindy upside. Can't tell if I want some calls for mid-August or if I should go a few months out. Up to you. I wish sold puts would squeeze the same way as calls do. Well, they do sometimes. It just doesn't last very long. Escalator up, elevator down. Such is life above gamma neutral. What would be the price action from a bad CPI print? I mean, if it's hot, it could be pretty bearish. I mean, having leverage tighten up right here would be bad. Any predictions for CPI? I mean, I'll do a write-up tonight like I usually do. Where's Frag when you need him? What do you need him for? What do you think of Hood? I liked it a little while ago. I don't know how I feel about it now. I haven't looked at it for a couple weeks. Still kind of consolidating. But the accumulation over a longer period of time looks good. I don't know if 4 to 6 months is enough time. Also, risky to go long anything on the like fintech side, especially with like rates and stuff undecided. I'm alive, still driving to the job. Okay. Was Jimmy being shorted pretty hard today? Wasn't getting shorted that hard earlier. No. Well, I guess arbitrage is a little negative, but I wouldn't say it's being shorted that much. Vol's going down, so Vol's getting shorted. Woo. Are we gonna do it? We're gonna do the squeezies? Hold on. Can we do the squeezies? 333. Out of the money call buying's picking up. Maybe. Does it seem crazy that things are so bullish for CPI? No, they do this before every major data print. It's like a clock, right? They push it as far away from like the majority of their short vol position as feasibly possible. And then even if the data's bad, we don't lose any major resistances and they just sell more vol after the drop. Beyond Donger. Cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, I guess. It's still not back over 7, but nice bounce. If it gets back over 7, high or low. Maybe we shouldn't talk about Beyond. I think a bunch of people bailed because it went off reg show and they got spooked. Why how'd the SPX break out? I mean, the SPX broke out just because it squeezed some of the upside short calls. How's leverage? Maxed out to the tits. Why is VIX up but also SPX up? Squeezing short calls. Probably also some de-risking on the like short puts further out on the chain. Spot up, vol up. It's just because short calls are squeezing. There's a shitload of like short dated calls sold between like 5,600 and 5,630. Why are you gray? I'm sick. Selling puts is bullish. The Met is where the Mets play professional baseball. No, it's not. It's a museum on the Upper East Side. Yeah, I saw. Shipping's been doing pretty well. Maersk is forming a bottom too. I picked up some more of that at $7. Shipping prices haven't come down basically at all. There's a bit of easing in like times, but prices are still really high. You know what's a better joke? The New York Giants play in New Jersey. They do. Isn't shipping going to slow down if China slows down? Why is China going to slow down? Who's getting high WHS? I thought the government was pumping their economy. They are. Can you explain the straddle you put on end of day? Is that like for tomorrow's expiry? No. Not always. It's usually like 3 to 5 DTE. Do you think Biden dropping out would have an effect on market volatility? Probably. Yeah, I mean, the market doesn't like unknowns. Especially if like another candidate took over that wasn't expected. But I think Biden's made it really, really clear that he's not dropping out. Have you heard about the flesh-eating bacteria going around Japan? Yeah. Hmm. Can you explain how brokers would possibly execute a spread for a limit price, as they have to be sure on the execution of both orders? Or you know, or they can pay or they can just pay the spread to close it out, right? Like they can still carry the opposite contract in inventory. So they may just buy both at the limit. I mean, and then like buy both at the limit and then hold one in inventory. Until they can close the ARB. But generally speaking, brokers, like on the complex order book, you're not going to get MMs picking up close orders or buy orders on spreads unless there's unless they have an arbitrage advantage. That's why it's significantly more advantageous to leg into spreads with, you know, and have like portfolio margin than it is to open spreads automatically through the complex order book. The Cobb. Gherk, it's me again. Hey, what's up, man? Ooh, what's this? Oh. Huh. Interesting indeed. How are we doing this estimate? Okay. The market's loving that Clarence Thomas apparently went on a romantic getaway with Putin. What? Like the Supreme Court Justice? Why would he be meeting with foreign leaders? It's hard to imagine large brokers not having a neutral position. I mean, they mostly do. It can deviate. Yes, sir. Huh. That's awkward. It's impossible to hedge everything. Yeah, it is. There's always some risk. What do you think, Dork? You think they can squeeze out the 30s? Or we just close at like 56.18? It's gonna be hard. I see like shit going to the moon. I figure if they can hit 30, they can only do it in the last like 15 minutes, right? So this is their shot to squeeze out all of the entirety of the sold call position, which is just gonna roll up, but still. They're gonna roll up and get squeezed again. I mean, that's literally what's happening, right? They already rolled from like 5600 through 5615 up to like 5620 to 30, right? They did fail yesterday, but Charm was working against them. It's not today. Yes. Charm. Yep. Good old charm when it matters the most at the end of the fucking day. Well, everything's short straddled and strangled. There's very little like actual options buying going on, so it's just manipulating the MM to buy the market by selling puts and calls. Or forcing the MM to buy long on futures. This is insanity. No, it's not. It's not even 100 bips. You did it again, Gherk. It looks like the short 5590p was indeed free money. It was. Wool investor here. How's the wheat price forecast looking? Are you making fun of that rural woman? If you are, nice. I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention to wheat very much. It's like supply seems to be fine on it for now. Still 20 minutes left in the day to go up another 100 bips. You mean test 5630? $10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes. You check out implied volatility on the 5650. Panic buying? Maybe. See, they did hit. Son of a bitch. Hmm. Pull back in the back half of the week to 54.46. Then pump next week back up to 56.34. Huh. Ooh, could get 55.23. I'm I'm long the straddle. What are you talking about? No. VIX going up while the market's going up is because short calls are being squeezed. They're coming for your sold 56.50s. I think I'll be okay. They expired today. I'm not really worried about it. A little more worried about the 5700s I sold for OPEX earlier. Greeks just don't matter now. They do. We probably won't hold this into close. Maybe we will. I would say some profit taking is more likely. Especially if we start to lose 56.30 again. Like we can't withstand a pullback here. Because the market maker will just dump everything. It's beyond MOASS now. It's moving up. Caught a nice little bid. Are we above both VNs here? No, probably not. We're over where it was last night before the short calls to the upside squeezed. I didn't know people danced for money on New York City subways. Is the MM short Vana Vega? Interesting. Hmm. 2 minutes. Dude, someone just bought all those 35s. Someone's leverage is getting destroyed right now. Why? Dollars down. Yields are down. I dream of a market with 100 bip days every day. That'd be awesome. I had 5630s earlier. I wasn't gonna fucking hold them this long though. They're like 5x, right? This is crazy. MM's getting fucked hard here. One minute gap down to 30. Ooh, they didn't get it. Futures is probably gonna fail in after hours though. Ooh, I wonder if my puts print now. The MM burned whoever bought all those fucking $35 calls on the third to last tick. 5630 call I got for 45 cents. Closed at 5. Nice. Ding ding. All right, we'll see if we can even hold this overnight. I would say we probably pull back a little, but looks like ES topped out right at my line, 56.91. So we'll see if this gets rejected, but I would say that given the positioning, it's pretty likely that we pull back overnight a little bit, maybe back towards like 75 or 70, and then that into CPI in the morning. Because some neutral positioning will have to come in. I know, it's fucking ridiculous. Commodities pretty flat on the day. Oil got a little bump with reserves being lower than expected. Still not in a range where they're really pressuring their short CTAs. But another bump above 83 would get it where it needs to be. Yields pretty flat on the day. I mean, top end of the curve was down a tiny bit, but not very much. And the dollar's still holding 105. CPI will obviously have a big effect on both of those. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month both of those breaking down quite a bit today after they hit their intraday high earlier this morning. So not a lot of push coming in from NASDAQ here. Most of it in the Russell and Dow supporting the move higher. This is from the contract roll, not from anything else. But forward yield on volatility pushing up today, and that increase in risk premium is what they're shorting, right? So they're still selling a lot of short vol, but because event vol is going up, they're shorting the fuck out of it, right? And then, when event vol goes to fall off, they'll short it even harder. That's one of the reasons VIX is up today, besides squeezing out the short calls, is that, people are pricing up volatility for CPI and PPI. Move probably a little higher today than yesterday, but I mean, not moving around very much recently. A little bit of tail risk exposure fell off last night. Still only 44.33% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average. And even with the bounce in RSP today, it's still bleeding out over the last couple of weeks. So we did get a little breadth on this run, but I mean, we had to have. Correlation between VIX contract in front and cash VIX is still positive 3.43. And Fed Fund futures pricing in basically just one rate cut into the end of the year. So not a lot of moves on Fed Fund futures. And that's about it. I know Beyond picked up a little bit of a bid at the end of the day. This came off reg show yesterday, but I think positionally it still looks bullish and like it's going to run. So I'm not sure that the reg show matters there. But it may not have as strong a run because it's off reg show. Or it could have a stronger run because maybe they didn't want it on reg show. Coming off before the forced settlement period is kind of odd. GME had a little bit of a move up today. It broke higher. There were some short puts pulling back on it yesterday. I'll look tonight and see if more were being sold on this move up, but I don't think so. And as those short puts break down, that's going to open up more downside range. It did fail to break out of Gamma Max. It did see some covering though, and it's possible we see a little bit more. I don't know how much of this is just active fund flows because breadth picked up today, and it caught a bid on the back of the rest of the R1K. Because mid caps did move pretty hard to the upside today, but it definitely doesn't look all that bullish, and I don't think the options chain looks very good either. Upstart's still getting shorted, but moving up. This is getting pretty close to Gamma Max and a break of 25. It actually does get kind of crazy if it breaks 25, but it may not. We'll see if shorting picks up more or it doesn't. Generally, following a bump on the crossover, you start to see it get shorted down a bit harder. So this may just kind of fizzle out and fail at the 25 resistance. Fubo's still getting shorted very, very hard, but to no avail. And the reason for the increased shorting is probably because we're approaching earnings and volatility is going up, and so they're selling the fuck out of that bump in volatility. GoEV climbed up to almost 250 today, or did it actually get to 250? Briefly, 257. Breaking out over that 250 level is going to be pretty important, and this is also still being shorted pretty heavily. But remember that all of these are exposed to that active fund buying, right? And so if indexes are trending, there's going to be even more pressure on their short vol positions than is simply created from the short puts coming in. And that can lead to, the whole basket kind of squeezing off again across all of the shit tickers, right? Because the pressure just keeps building as people go longer and longer the ETFs that they're in. And it makes it harder and harder to short the underlyings in those ETFs. And you can kind of get like a breakout across all of the shit tickers at once. Anyway, yeah, so that's kind of interesting. That's about it for today. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope everybody has a good night. Later.